comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and matters will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contact, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting in regards to the applicants listed on the agenda? Seeing none. In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which applies in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the staff report, please write that on a note to the city manager and a copy will be provided. It is important to remember that if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to this issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a staff report. We're going to hear, first item would be ordinance amending comprehensive plan map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transition overlay.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, members of the public, Bradley Clark. Just a couple of clarifications. Both item A and B were actually opened by the mayor at the last meeting on February 5th. As you may recall, the council wanted a little bit more time to review the material. There's a lot. So you continued the hearing. So often what we do in these cases is rather than repeating the same information again, we just kind of give you a really quick summary, and then if you have questions, we can go that route. But I checked, and we did reopen both, or opened both hearings at the last meeting. So really, they're just being continued. As you'll see in my summary, we do ask that you make motions separately. But in terms of the staff presentation, we were going to go ahead and cover both of them together. So the two applications, this is a comprehensive plan map amendment and a zoning map amendment. As I just mentioned, both of these hearings were opened at your February 5th meeting. Staff and Raul Werner, the city's consultant, presented at that meeting, and then Mayor Scherf continued them to tonight. So again, what we're talking about is this zoning transition overlay that was created back in 2014. What's shown on the map here are the different parcels that are affected by that zoning transition overlay. As you can see, they're scattered on both the north side and the south side of the Rogue River. Many different zones. Here's the table that Mr. Werner went over with you on February 5th that kind of gives a little more deeper dive into what specific parcels are affected by this. So there's 18 different parcels. Here at the bottom, you can see it's about 16 acres that is affected when you add up all 18 parcels. The maximum density under this application, and again, the real purpose for this application was to allow for those property owners who wanted to stick with the higher density zoning to have that opportunity. So these are the parcels that ends up being 187 units that could potentially be built on those properties. That's the maximum density. And then we have, I'm sorry, 186, 331 is actually the overall maximum density. And then the housing units that are required by the minimum density increases from 22 units to 181 units. And then it does restore some commercial zoning. The zoning transition overlay was mainly residential, but there were a couple of parcels that had commercial zoning, which are now going back to commercial. And so those restore 3.59 acres of land that had been downzoned to R110, go back to general commercial. So the call to action, again, the Planning Commission reviewed this item. They recommended that the council approve it. There is a 120-day deadline that ends on May 5th, so you do technically, by law, have more time if you needed it. We have worked with the property owners, and some of them are expecting that it will be taking some action before that. There's some alternatives there on the screen for you. And then I'll leave up here the potential motions. So again, we ask that you take action on the comprehensive plan amendment first, and then the second is the zoning map amendments. And so there's some potential motions for you.
Very good. At this point, do you guys have any questions for staff? Eric?
Just something that I asked before, as far as if one of the owners changed their minds and wants a different zoning, you answered that they can change their mind, but I just want to make sure that the public knows what that looks like and what that process is like, how long that takes, if that makes sense, just so that people understand.
Sure,
if they're wanting to change their mind.
Sure, Councilor, yeah. So here are the property owners that are affected by this, by these applications listed here in the second column. So these particular property owners did sign a consent stating they wanted to. To your question, to change zoning is about a 3.5 to 4 month process. It involves, if the city doesn't do it, which we usually don't, this is an unusual situation. We've had 2 situations in the last couple of years where we have as kind of an incentive, but generally property owners would be responsible to do that. They would pay an application fee of a couple of $1,000 in order to go through that 3.5, 4 month process. There's reviews at the Planning Commission, and then there's the review here at the City Council. So does that answer the question?
It does. Thank you so much.
You bet.
All right, anybody else have any questions? Okay, perfect. Since the city is a presenter as well, the applicant as well, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody want to step forward and give an opinion of for this or opposed it? Seeing nobody jumping to their feet, we will go into council discussion and action. Rick.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the comprehensive plan amendment for the proposed properties identified in Exhibit A of the attached staff report and have it read by title only, first reading.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? We have a second by Eric. Okay, we have a motion as presented and a second. Any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Rick?
Yes?
Yes.
Kathleen? Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending comprehensive plan map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transition overlay.
Okay, can we get a second reading on that?
We'll go for it.
Oh, sorry. Looking at the wrong people. So bring it back to another motion or discussion.
Okay, I move to adopt the comprehensive plan amendments for the proposed properties identified in Exhibit A of the attached staff report and have it read by title only, second reading.
And we have a second. Perfect. Quick roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
All right, passes for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending comprehensive plan map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transition overlay.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Brad, do we go for, was this lumping A and B together?
No.
Okay.
Well,
So do
the
you have-
presentation was.
Presentation is, but have to go through another motion. Okay. So since both items A and B were under the same format and the presentation lumped them together, I will open it back up to public comment anymore. Does anybody want to step up and be in favor or opposed to this? Seeing none, bring it back to discussion or action. And we'll be basically going for item B, the ordinance amending zoning map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transitional overlay. Part 2. Kathleen.
I move to adopt zoning map amendments for the proposed properties identified in Exhibit A of the attached staff report and have it read by title only, first reading.
Do we have a second? Eric? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Perfect.
An ordinance of the
Passes for first
council,
reading.
sorry. An ordinance of the council of the city of Grants Pass amending the zoning map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transition overlay.
Perfect. Bring it back to the council for further discussion or second action. Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the zoning map amendments for the proposed properties identified in Exhibit A of the attached staff report and have it read by title only, second reading.
And I see a second from Kathleen. Okay, it has been motioned and seconded for a second reading. Roll call. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Passes for second reading.
An ordinance of the council of the city of Grants Pass amending the zoning map for properties related to the repeal of the zoning transition overlay.
Thank you. Moving on to item C, ordinance vacating common property lines between tax lot 1600, 1601, and 2901 of map number 36-06-25-AD. Do you have a presentation on that, Brad? Thank you. We'll give Brad a few minutes.
Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial, so we'll need the reading on that.
Okay. At this time, I'll open the public hearing to consider the application filed for the application for the agenda item listed as previously stated, item C. We will begin the hearing with a staff report followed by a presentation by the applicant, statement by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and matters will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Seeing none, do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, and/or any other ex parte information that they have received prior to this meeting regarding this application? Seeing none. In this hearing, this decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimonies which apply in this case are not in the staff report, are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of this report, please write a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough details to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to this issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. This hearing for item C will now proceed with a report from the staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So as stated, this is a property line vacation. This one happens to be on property owned by the city. This relates to a regional stormwater facility for the Allen Creek Road widening project. So what's on the map here behind me are the 3 parcels that are impacted by the city's stormwater project. So the application is basically consolidating these 3 yellow parcels that you see on the map there, removing 2 property lines. So here's the surveyor's drawing. The dashed lines represent the property lines that are out there today, and those are the ones that are being proposed to be vacated and removed. Here's just an aerial shot of the property. Again, Allen Creek Road is on the left here. Allen Creek itself is on the right side, the east side of the property. Most of the facility is going to be on the bottom part of property, but it will have some impact, as you can see on the next slide. Here's the site plan for how the regional stormwater facility is going to lay out. Again, there's an access off of Allen Creek coming to the east, and then the bioretention pond is impacting both of these existing parcels. That parcel line we're talking about tonight kind of runs through the middle here. So there's 2 criterion in order to make this decision. Does the property configuration create a substandard condition, and is making sure that it's not contrary to public health, safety, and welfare and convenience of any other purpose in Article 17, which is our subdivision and partition code. We did send out letters for this application. We did not get any public comment. And here's your call to action with tonight as the preferred date to remove the 2 property lines. If that's what staff has for you, and there's a motion at the bottom of the screen there.
Perfect. Just a little disclaimer. Hey, to make sure that we comply with fire code, we need cheeks and seats, so can you guys find some chairs? There's a bunch open there. Make sure that we're complying with fire code. We can't have anybody standing up. Thank you. Back to council. Does anybody have any questions for Brad? Seeing none, I'll open it up to public. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to stand up in favor of this application? In opposition of this application? Seeing none, bring it back to council for discussion and or action. Indra.
I move to adopt the ordinance vacating the common property lines between tax lots 1600, 1601, and 2901 of map number 360625 AD and have read it by title only, first reading.
We got a second from Victoria. So we have a motion and a second on the table for first reading. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Passes for first reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating the common property lines between tax lots 1600, 1601, and 2901 of map number 360625 AD.
Thank you. Back to council for discussion or further action. Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance vacating the common property lines between tax lots 1600, 1601, and 2901, map number 360625 AD. Have it read by title only, second reading.
Motion on the table. We have a second. Kathleen? Thank you. There's a motion and a second for second reading. Roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Passes unanimously for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating the common property lines between tax lots 1600, 1601, and 2901 of map number 360625 AD.
Thank you. Moving on to item D. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider the application filed by the city. The application is for item B on the agenda, ordinance vacating the common property line between tax lot 8200 and 8300 of map number 36-5-20-CB. We will begin the hearing with a staff report followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition of the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Seeing none, does any councilor wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding this application? Seeing none. In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which applies in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the staff report, please write that on a note for the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. This hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one small clarification. The city is not the applicant on this one.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
No, that's good. The applicant is On Track Incorporated. This property has had a couple of different applications come before the council, including a property line vacation. There was kind of an oversight. There used to be 3 parcels at this On Track location, and they were thinking originally only 2 would, they could proceed with 2, but it turns out that the setback on the building really is kind of forcing a change here, so that's why it's kind of coming back before you. Again, where we're at the corner of Maple and Rogue River Highway. The parcels that are highlighted in yellow here, 2 existing buildings. There was a house that sat on the north side of this parcel on Maple, an old house for many years. That was demolished fairly recently, and a parking lot was constructed where that old house is located. Here are the 2 parcels that are impacted, 8200 and 8300. The red crosshatched line is where the removal will happen. And then here are the same 2 criterion that we reviewed with you on the last application. I won't go over that again. We did not receive any public comments. And then here is the call to action with a motion for the council being proposed.
Thanks, Brad. Any questions for Brad on this presentation? Seeing none, do we have a representative from On Track that wants to speak on this?
I didn't hear, I don't see them out in the audience. So.
Just giving them an opportunity, thank you.
Thanks.
So at this point, we'll open it to public comment. Anybody want to step forward in opposition of this? In favor of this? Seeing none? I will bring it back to council for discussion and or action. Joel?
I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the ordinance vacating the property lines between tax lots 8200 and 8300 of map number 36-05-20-CB, first reading.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second by Kathleen. We have a motion and a second on the table for first reading. Roll call vote. Rick?
Yes?
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Passes unanimously for first reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating the common property line between tax lots 8200 and 8300 of map number 36-520 CB.
Thank you. Bring it back to the council for any further discussion and or action. Rick?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance vacating the common property line between tax lots 8200 and 8300 of map number 36-520 CB. Have it read by title only, second reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table for second reading and a second by Eric. Roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Indra,
Yes.
Joel,
Yes.
Kathleen,
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Passes unanimously for second reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass vacating the common property line between tax lots 8200 and 8300 of map number 36520 CB.
Thank you. Moving down the agenda, we'll go into a legislative for item E. At this time, I'll open the public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Development Code Article 2, procedure types, adding new public notice requirements. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by public comment, and then the matter will be discussed and acted upon by council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to consider this matter? Seeing none, do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Seeing none, in this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards those criteria. The criteria which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to this issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on this issue, on that issue. We will now begin the hearing with a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Mark Trinidad, the Planning Manager with Community Development. My first opportunity to speak to you this evening. The item before you tonight is the Development Code text amendments. These items come to you to planning or to the City Council as a Type 4 hearing. These often come to you if there's perhaps an amendment needed to adapt to a new law, or if there's also an improvement that we can make to the Development Code. These text amendments come before you within those two contexts. Specifically tonight, we'll be speaking to Article 2. These are procedure types, and public noticing is held within this article. For the record, the project number is 405-00143-24. The applicant is the city or community development. Myself, Lori Middleton, and Sarah Fry have worked on this, and if adopted tonight, all three of us will begin the implementation of this Development Code text amendment. We're on page 275 of your packet. Subject and summary, this is a council consideration, again, of a potential Development Code text amendment to change the public noticing rules for Type 3 and Type 4 land use applications. The relationship to council goals, this provides cooperative shared leadership involving the council, staff, community by increasing opportunities for public engagement for certain land use applications. So for some background, back in May 2024, there was this code amendment was triggered by an appeal for a proposed RV park along Lincoln Road. The appeal was heard by the council, and basically the crux of it that some neighbors during the appeal period voiced concern about not being included in the city's advertisement for the Planning Commission and City Council public hearings. As a result of this, council requested staff to do research and to conduct a workshop to discuss about the number of property owners who received written notice for land use applications. So back in June, following up on this meeting, the council in the workshop motioned 5 changes this evening before you in Article 2. The first change, and we'll go over this in terms of each individual changes to the Article 2, but the first is to increase the Type 3, Type 4 land use applications from 100-foot notice to 200 feet. The second is to require neighborhood meetings of Type 3 and Type 4 land use applications that are encumber or include 50 units or 50 lots. The third is to require on-site property postings for Type 3 and Type 4 land use hearings. The fourth change is to notify renters of Type 3 and Type 4 land use applications. And the fifth change is to advertise public hearings on our social media channels. And again, we'll go through all 5 of these recommended changes. Before we start that, kind of a little primer in terms of the type 1, 2, 3s, and 4s. I'll actually start at the bottom. The type 1 and 2 are what we consider ministerial. The City Council and Planning Commission don't see these. These are typically approved through our development code, which has strict criteria, and these are approved at staff level. Examples of these include property line adjustments or vacation rentals. It's really these next two types is what we're talking about. Type 3, which are quasi-judicial, and those go to the Planning Commission. There is a minimum of 1 public hearing, and the city is bound to make a decision within 120 days of the application being deemed complete. And that's when we talk about the 120-day decision deadline. And these affect typically 1 parcel or group of parcels, and examples of these will include a subdivision, a variance, or a major site plan review. And again, these are type 3 quasi-judicial, typically go in front of the Planning Commission. It's a type 4, which we consider either legislative or quasi-judicial, and those go to the City Council. These type 4 applications, there are a minimum of 2 public hearings, and oftentimes, in an example of a comprehensive plan, or tonight, a development code text amendment, the 2 public hearings, the first would be in front of the Planning Commission, which make a recommendation to City Council to adopt a change in the development code text amendment, and that gives you an idea of the 2-step process. These involve the greatest degree of discretion, so you have the council has this discretion there. And the examples of these are comprehensive plan amendments, which you just decided on, or development code text amendments. Again, these are the type 1, 2, 3s, and 4s. The type 3 and 4s is where this change is proposed in Article 2. The ORS, or the state statute that provides the authority or the requirements of public noticing, is held in ORS 197.797. And that it is required for the state that the applicant is notified and owners of record on the most recent property tax assessment roll. That first bullet point is the 100-foot notice, and that 100-foot essentially is our city requirement. The 200-foot notice and the 500-foot notice aren't applicable. 250 feet would be outside the UGB or the county, and farm and forest zones are not applicable. So it's really that 100-foot requirement that we base Article 2 on. Also within the ORS, the required notice is also required to be sent to a community organization or a neighborhood organization. A good example of that is an HOA. And the city, within its development code, has a little bit of latitude to increase that 100 feet. And those are some examples of other jurisdictions in our area that provide the increased notice. Here's a comparator of other cities, Ashland, Central Point, Medford, and Roseburg. We're at the bottom there in yellow. And again, we'll go to type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4s. Type 1, you can see Ashland and Central Point don't have a radius mailing requirement, whereas Roseburg and Grants Pass are the same in terms of 100 feet. And then Medford, they typically don't provide 100-foot notice, but only in so much as a middle housing land division. Type 2s are basically go in front of the public hearings officer. And in Ashland and Central Point, Medford and Roseburg, they're kind of all across the board. But for type 2 hearings, Ashland provides 200-foot notice, Central Point 250, and we stay put at 100 feet. Type 3, again, these are Planning Commission. Ashland extends it out to 200 feet, Central Point 250, Medford 200, and Roseburg and Grants Pass, we stand at 100 feet. And then conversely, with type 4 applications that go to City Council, we still keep a constant 100 feet. In terms of the first change that is proposed, the proposed change here is, again, for type 3 and type 4 land use applications. So currently we're at 100 feet. Recommended for this change is 200 feet. Examples of planning applications are to the right. And we typically, on each year, in terms of type 1, type 2s, we see about 70 planning cases. And under the type 3, type 4s, we see an average about 45 cases. Here's an example that was presented in the June workshop, kind of what that impact of going out 100 feet would be. To your right, maybe my left, is a 100-foot radius. That's the standard today. You can see that 100-foot radius is it basically sticks to properties within or abutting against the subject parcel. The subject parcel is the dark yellow. The requirement is 100 feet from the exterior boundary of these properties, so you can see that the 100-foot radius doesn't impact a lot of the properties around it. However, 200 feet, you can start to see more additional properties kind of light up, and you can see to the north, and I'm sorry, this is the Youncer RV Park. This is Bridge, and we're at Lincoln. The subject properties were at the northeast corner. And if adopted tonight, the increase to 200 feet would affect or notice additional properties around it. And I have a better example of what that breakdown is in the next slide. So if we apply the 200 feet radius map, under the 100-foot radius map, it's about 19 mailings, and we estimated almost $19 for that cost. To bump it up to 200 feet would increase mailings up to 47 mailings, and that's about $45 cost. And that's a 40% increase in terms of when we jump up from 100 to 200 feet. This is just a kind of one-time example, and I have another example to show you. This is a subdivision that was a type 3 that went directly to Planning Commission. The 100-foot radius, you can see again that the neighboring properties notice are essentially abutting the properties. However, if we go out to 200 feet, we start to look, and this is Redwood Avenue and Kokanee. We start to increase that notice to more of the block adjacent to the properties. And as a result, in this case, under the 100-foot radius, we only had 24 mailings, and if we go out to 200 feet, that increases it to 77 mailings, and that's about a 31% increase to notify neighbors. The second proposed revision to the Article 2 is to require neighborhood meetings. Again, these would only be of type 3 and type 4 planning cases. In this case, the neighborhood meeting is probably better framed as a community outreach. This isn't a public hearing. This is a meeting that the applicant would be responsible for hosting prior to the public hearing process. And the applicant would be responsible for all phases, including reserving the facility, publishing and noticing the meeting, draft the agenda, lead the meeting and discussion. And after the meeting, as evidence of this neighborhood meeting, staff would request that the applicant provide a signed affidavit that they hosted this meeting, when they hosted it, and have supporting documents in terms of the results of the meeting or notes from the meeting discussion. Again, the applicant would bear the full responsibility and cost of hosting these meetings. These meetings would be required prior to the public hearing process. The third proposed revision is requiring on-site property postings. Back in June, I think staff looked at a couple of on-site property postings. We landed here on a compromise. And again, these would be type 3, type 4s. A sign similar to what you see, Club Northwest has those signs, kind of a realtor type of sign. Pretty easy to customize as well as place in the ground. Staff level, we looked at purchasing a bulk of these. We would have a basic framework to work within, and we would write in the specific project information. The key here is what staff would advocate and likely implement is a QR code. So if there's a person walking across a vacant property where there's a proposed public meeting held, they can QR code it, and that will get them to a landing page where we would have their information regarding the project. So I think the advantage here is by customizing this sign, we could then link it to a QR code. The requirement for these postings would be the applicant would be responsible for placing that on-site property posting within at least 20 days prior to the public hearing, and they would have to take a picture, send it back to staff as evidence that they met the on-site property posting requirement. The fourth change is to notify renters. Again, you saw how we notice property owners within 100 feet. If proposed, this will go out to 200 feet. And then further, on top of that, if there is an apartment complex where folks reside, staff would engage the property manager to ensure that those renters are notified. This would be for obviously larger projects, but in addition, this would be an added cost to the applicant in terms of additional mailings. And then finally, the fifth revised change is to utilize the city's social media channels. You might notice that the city recently updated its web page. We would look to take advantage of these new panels, like on the bottom, and propose that public hearings are kind of have their own panel each time they come up. We would do this on the website and on Facebook as well. In terms of the public outreach to the various committees, we did take this as a workshop item to the Planning Commission back in August 24. Commissioners at that time, when presented these changes, they were ambivalent. They expressed concern that these requirements would impede development, and others felt that they weren't needed. Just summarizing the UAPCs during the workshop item, their comments. However, there are others that were open to these changes, particularly the notice requirements, and perhaps saw a benefit of the applicant engaging the public prior to a public hearing. So the commissioners kind of provided provided pros and cons with regards to these changes. Back in October 24, we presented also these changes to the Housing Advisory Committee at the time, and the members there expressed concern that this would add to additional costs to the applicant and may have a negative impact on new residential development. They saw this as a possible impediment, and they weren't necessarily supportive of moving forward with these proposed revisions. We, based off these two outreaches, the UAPC did come to a public hearing to hear this item. They expressed concern again, and basically on the public hearing held on December, they felt the neighborhood meetings could be fairly contentious, and there were concerns that the neighbors opposing a project would oppose a project before it even got started. Namely, they would oppose a project and, in a sense, kill it before the public hearing process. And there was concern in terms of the UAPC about that. Also, in terms of they did not recommend renters or notifying renters. They felt that the population there is transient. And again, if it's a if it's a type 4, again, there's a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission and a public hearing from the City Council. The two groups of renters, that could change. The person living during the time of the UAPC meeting may change to the council meeting. So there was concern that what is the liability in terms of notifying that particular unit. And so moving forward at the December meeting, the UAPC only recommended, number 1, to increase the radius to 200 feet. Number 3, to require on-site property postings, and number 5, to advertise on social media. Again, I spoke to, if adopted in its entirety, there is an expected fee increase. However, there's no application fee increase associated with this subject application, the Development Code Text Amendment. However, if adopted, this text amendment would trigger us, staff, to implement these changes and determine a surcharge moving forward. The expected future increases will cover the implementation costs, increased mailing radius, the on-site property posting, and coordination with the social media. And we would recommend a higher fee if the council wishes to adopt notifying renters. What's not included in this fee is the cost of the neighborhood meetings or the community outreach. That's entirely direct costs from the applicant. Call to action tonight, it's the council's decision tonight. The recommendation again from the UAPC is 3 of the 5 changes. That's number 1, 3, and 5. The alternatives are behind me, and I do have some sample motions. depending on what council's desire is. That concludes staff's report. That's a lot to take in. We're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Hands are going up. We got some questions from council. Start with Rob and then Kathleen.
On slide 18, so the very first paragraph, it says, there's no application fee increase associated with this subject application. However, if adopted, the text amendment will trigger additional time and expense to administer. So basically, you're saying that, I mean, here you're saying there's no increase in the fee, right? If this was approved, there's no necessary, in other words, the developer is not necessarily paying any more to City Hall. They may just have to pay an extra, the examples you gave, $25 or $27 in mailing costs. Is that correct?
If adopted tonight, we need to, since we're at essentially at the beginning of the calendar, staff will need to determine a surcharge. There are 5 specific changes, and we have basically a cost for all those 5. Depending on which ones you choose, we can kind of deduct those. So we don't have a specific number until we know specifically what items are being adopted and moving forward. Does that answer your question, Councilor Pell?
So you have no idea how much a fee increase might be?
I think at the worst, we're estimating over $350 per application for type 3 and type 4.
So an increase over and above, or
Oh.
that's what they pay now?
That, over and above.
Over and above.
Right,
Thank
to
you.
accommodate the 5 changes.
So that would, that theoretically does, where does that money go towards? Is that direct reflection of increased staff time to monitor this? Or?
Right, we took a hard look in terms of staff time, in terms of cost of the signage, in terms of coordination of creating the landing page, or not landing page, the QR code. And we also took a look at the possibility of the radius mailings going from a 30, 40, 50% increase. So we have a little bit more deeper dive in the fee increase.
I thought the developer pays for the mailing.
Our current fee schedule includes the 100-foot radius in that mailing, so they pay for that. If council's desires to go 200 feet, we need to create a surcharge to accommodate that increased mailing.
Okay, and from this, it's indicated that in one of these examples you gave, the difference was $27, and the other one I think was $50.
Right, and that was simply just honing in on the mailing itself.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
Kathleen and then Victoria. Go ahead, Kathleen.
So I think it's really important to get the neighborhood involved and that people are notified. I would prefer to keep the neighborhood meetings. Well, the question would be, the neighborhood meetings would be,
Nope, questions.
okay, so so it doesn't cost the applicant, or the applicant is paying for the neighborhood meetings. So that wouldn't affect the city at all.
Correct.
Okay.
If that's right.
Victoria and then Indra.
Do you have a cost for if we were to adopt the 1, 3, and 5?
We have an estimate.
Estimate, that's fine, that's fine.
I can only, at this time, we have to have this big Excel sheet. It'd be less than $350 is all I can say. Yeah, apologies.
Indra?
I just want to clarify that, so as part of the motion, the alternatives, approving the development code to the original proposed by the city council would be all 5 of those. And then, but for deny development code, that means no code? Like not even the 3, like nothing? What does that mean?
Exactly, Council, no change. It's simply the development code in terms of Article 2, public notice remains the same. And that's the 100-foot. No community meetings, no renters, and no on-site postings, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Questions? Nope. Okay, thank you. And we'll bring it back for discussion and/or action. Oh, sorry, public comment. Does anybody want to stand at the podium and speak in favor of the the resolution or oppose? Don't see anybody jumping up. So we will go back at council for discussion and or action. Indra.
Mayor,
Kathleen. Yes, sir.
Mayor, this is Justin Gurlitz. I'm here tonight for the urban renewal hearing, but I thought I would comment on this. Since I'm here
perfect.
this evening, if that's possible.
No, absolutely, and sorry to shut the public comment quick. I just didn't know you were on there, but go ahead, Justin.
No, I appreciate it. So yeah, as someone who has, done hundreds of these hearings and presentations and things, I support the Planning Commission's recommendations for the three, the expanded noticing, the social media noticing. I do have some heartburn over, especially type 3 hearings, having to do a public meeting for each one. Sometimes type 3 hearings are simply a very small project with a variance, like I'm doing a partition off of a overlinked cul-de-sac. So I think I would recommend if we were to move to public hearings that we would focus them on a type 4 hearing, which is typically a rezone, since those are substantial projects. Versus a standard project, which would be a type 3 hearing, like a subdivision or something with a variance. So I just wanted to share that with you this evening for consideration.
Thank you, Justin. Just put it out one more time. Anybody else on the phone for public comment? Okay, thanks, Karen. Back to council for discussion and action. Indra.
That on? Sorry. I'm in preference of keeping the original council proposal of 5. I believe it's important to have transparency, and these units of 50 or more are huge. They're big, and I don't think the cost is much to have a neighborhood meeting. I think going to 200 feet is more transparency for neighbors, and that everyone should know what's going on. They should get a chance to come to a town meeting and ask questions and talk about things. And then I think, I'm not a renter, but I think renters are important. It does affect the landlord more, but the renters live there, and so I think they should be notified.
Thank you, Indra. Any further discussion? Kathleen, and then Victoria.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Nicholas. I think that we should give the community as much transparency as possible, and the neighborhood meetings would be important.
Thank you.
I would be in favor of the 1, 3, and the 5, and the reason being it does increase the notification for many people in the neighborhood, but it doesn't put undue cost. It's not a great deal, but it's still more. But it's time for developers, and hearing from different developers so far, it's difficult to develop and in the city, and that would put just one more, it would restrict them more. Although I am for public notification, and it seems like a 1, 3, and a 5 it's a win-win. So it increases for the public, but it's not an undue burden on developers.
Thank you. Joel, and then Rick, and then Rob.
I'd agree with Victoria. I think Oregon has fairly burdensome responsibilities put on the contractor already. It does give public notice through the increased 200 feet and the sign for anybody, including renters. And there will be 2 potential meetings, the one before council and the one with the committee. So I agree with Victoria.
Rick, then Rob.
So tonight I also see this presents additional roadblocks for new development. We need new development in town. And I support also the Housing Advisory Committee and their concerns. Thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm actually, if people maybe remember back, I was actually a counselor that wanted these notification areas to be far larger than they're proposed tonight. At least twice since I've been on council, the development we talked about with Bridge and Lincoln, that room was more full than it is tonight, and the vast majority of those people were extremely upset that they had not gotten any notification. And legally, the developer in that case complied with everything he was supposed to comply with. And we had 80 people in this room who said they knew nothing about it, and they were all pretty immediate neighbors. And when we saw that map up there, you can see that even going to 200 feet is just scratching the surface of how a big development could affect the neighborhood. So, you know, I'm for all the 5 that are proposed tonight, and I actually, when we talk about notifying neighbors, and some people saying neighbors are transient, I'm not neighbors, I'm talking about renters. I mean, I've had renters with me for over 20 years. I've had some with me for 8 or 10 years. There's many of the surrounding properties, I guess, in the example they gave, they were out-of-area landlords. They never let the neighbors know anything about it. I don't know if the landlord even got the notice. So we've got out-of-area landlords that aren't necessarily even notifying their tenants. Tenants have to enroll their kids in school or sign a lease or whatever, and the neighborhood could be changing dramatically. So the more notification, the better for me, and the increased cost here as a percentage of a multi-million-dollar development, I mean, $27, $50, a couple $100, that's a rounding error. I mean, that's virtually nothing. So to me, I can't even believe that, I mean, we've already spent more time here tonight than that amount of money is worth. So, I'd be for absolutely all 5 because I don't feel that anything is overly burdensome here. I mean, we had a situation once where literally there was a downtown building that was over 100 feet long, and because the address was on 6th Street, but the building went back on F, I believe, or something like that, this person was actually almost abutting the project, but didn't actually get a notice. I mean, that's just not okay. So to me, I'd be going for all 5 of them, just because, again, this is not, I don't think, the city making money on this. I don't think the city is standing in the way. I think this is just making sure that developers are acting in a neighborly and respectful way to other citizens. This is not the city getting in the way. This is just making sure that people are treating their neighbors fairly.
Thanks, Rob. Any further discussion? Be looking for action now? Victoria?
I move to adopt 3 of the 5 recommended changes to the development code, and those would be the 1, 3, and 5.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to adopt an amended resolution, which would be number 1, 3, and 5? Correct? Correct. With a second from Joel? Okay, so you have a motion on the table, an amended motion to amend the adopted development code, not as written, but as stated, adopting number 1, 3, and 5 with a second. Any further discussion? Rob?
So clearly then we're eliminating 2, we're taking 2 away, and those are not going to be voted on afterwards, or no?
You have a motion on the table for an amended
Okay, we're
code.
amending. Gotcha. Thank you.
So you will, after discussion, you will be voting on the amended motion, which would exclude, just for clarification, it should exclude neighborhood meetings required for 50 units, which would exclude notifying renters for type 3 and type 4 land use applications. Any further discussion? Motion on the table with a second is as reads, to adopt the changes to the code to increase the radius of mailing for type 3 and type 4 land use applications from 100 to 200 feet, to adopt on-site property posting for type 3 and type 4 land use hearings, and to adopt use of social media channels for notification. We'll go for roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Indra?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
No.
Kathleen?
No.
Rick?
No.
So you have 3 yeses and 4 noes, so motion as stated does not pass. So I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and/or action. So my best recommendation is somebody put forth a different motion.
I motion that we keep all 5 of the,
Okay, motion on the
Requirements.
table to accept development code changes as written, number 1 through 5. Is there a second? Second by Indra. Further discussion, you have a motion on the table to adopt the code, development code text amendment as written in the presentation, accepting number 1 through 5 in entirety with a second. Discussion? Further? Okay, let's vote on this. Rick?
No.
yes,
Kathleen?
yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
No.
So that one passes. So for first reading, motion passes to adopt development code amended as stated within presentation, accepting number 1 through 5.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending Development Code Article 2, Procedures Types, adding new public notice requirements for certain land use applications.
Okay, bring it back to the council for further discussion and/or action for second reading.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was corrected. Since it was not unanimous, this goes forward to the next meeting. And that ends that portion. Moving down the agenda, we have a legislative action, ordinance amending development code. Was that the one we just did? Oh, sorry. We have council action resolution adopting allowing locations for camping in accordance with ordinance number 24-59-10. And I'm going to hand it over to Aaron for a presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Here to discuss the designated sites for camping and resting. You're going to be considering a resolution adopting allowable locations for camping in accordance with ordinance number 24-59-10. This supports council goals of leadership and our compliance with state law to enact reasonable time, place, and manner regulations aiming to preserve the ability to manage public spaces effectively for the benefit of the entire community. Just a general background, Oregon Revised Statutes 195.530, House Bill 3115, which occurred a few years ago, requires that any city or county law that regulates the act of sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm or dry outdoors on public property that is open to the public must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regards to persons experiencing homelessness. This is a unique requirement that only the state of Oregon and the Union requires, and so we must abide by that. In January 2025, the Disability Rights of Oregon and the Oregon Law Center filed an emergency lawsuit against the city of Grants Pass, alleging that the city's actions endangered the homeless residents with disabilities. In response to the lawsuit, an Oregon judge issued a temporary restraining order to the city on February 3rd of 2025, prohibiting the city from enforcing its camping regulations for 14 days. During this period, the city cannot cite, arrest, or fine individuals for camping anywhere in the city, nor can it force a person to leave a campsite. The judge also extended this temporary restraining order through February 27th, 2025 this week. And it does this extension does provide two things for us, though. It does clarify that our codes prohibiting camping is enforceable with the temporary restraining order in place, and it does allow us to also negotiate Riverside and Reinhardt Park as two parks where camping is not allowed, even with the TRO in place. So those are two items that were confirmed with this extension of the temporary restraining order as we move forward. We're here today to discuss additional campsites and time associated with this lawsuit. Just as a preview, our current site that we have in place right now is located on 712 Northeast 7th Street. This is adjacent to the police station, and the site is located here in red. It has been cleared. There's an old building here, and this is where we currently have a site that has one ADA porta potty, one regular porta potty, a dumpster, hand washing station, dog waste receptacle, and cigarette disposal. Some additional camping site locations for council consideration this evening that were discussed at a previous workshop are as follows. 124 Northwest Midland. Here's just a street view of the property. This is a piece of property the city did acquire not too long ago. There is a section of this property that is approximately 1 acre. It's zoned general commercial. It's highlighted here in red. This would be a proposed potential temporary location, and I say temporary. All of these locations would be considered temporary in nature. The benefit of this location is it does have a certain area of it that has pavement, which can provide for additional ADA access to services on that site. Another location council considered is 601 Southeast I Street. This is zoned business park. It is approximately 0.3 acres. It's fully fenced. It's graded and level. It is not paved. An additional site council is wanting to consider is 850 East Park Street. This is a small paved piece parking lot that is adjacent to our fire station, our Parkway Fire Station. Another location is Riverside Park, 128 Redwood Highway. It would have, and this is just an example, it would have similar services, just like any other of the areas we'd be providing those same type of services. This is approximately 0.4 acres. I do want to comment on those two sites that are both listed, either the one at the Parkway Station or Riverside West, as we've called it before in the past. Those are zoned recreational. If they are chosen, we technically don't have the authority to put a resting site on that on either one of those locations, as it's not approved for an emergency shelter. So in order for us to do that, if you choose one of those two sites, I would say that we can choose those, but it would come with a follow-up on changing our municipal code in Chapter 12, where we would need to change the definition of emergency shelter sites to include the recreational zoning also be included as a potential site for that. So it would require some additional work if one of those two sites were chosen.
And can you clarify by stating the two sites that you're talking about again?
The two sites that I'm speaking of is Riverside Park, Riverside West, and the Park Street.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can you clarify for me, if we change the municipal code for these two, would it be changed for all of the other recreational sites? Or would it just be, how could it be just one?
Sure. So what we've got right now, when it comes to recreation, the temporary use permits provides for emergency shelters in this type of category in zoning for commercial, business park, industrial. What you would do is you'd be adding this recreational zone also. You would then designate anywhere in the recreational zones, but it would provide the opportunity for you to have it in any of the recreational zones, just like it currently provides you an opportunity to have it in any industrial or commercial zone. Yes. Another site the council wanted to consider is 6th and A Street. And one just caveat with this is currently slated to have approximately half of this site, which would be about 0.25 acres. The whole site here that we're talking about is about a half acre. So around a quarter of an acre would be utilized for staging for our roof project for City Hall. So we'd be able to utilize about half of this for a resting camping site if you so desired. Now, on these sites that you're talking about, likely the services that you'd be looking at considering with the length of stay that individuals would be able to camp/rest, we'd be looking at having similar services that we have currently right now on the 7th Street site, which is 1 ADA porta potty and 1 standard porta potty, 1 2.5-yard dumpster, 1 dog waste station, 1 cigarette disposal canister. Now, I know maybe costs might, I know it's a secondary issue, but it's directly related to some of the decisions you have to make, just to give you a general idea of some of the cost. So when it comes to any of these, some of these sites, except for I Street, fencing would be required. Fencing, say for instance at Midland, we're estimating it to be about $1,900. This is a one-time fee for setup and takedown. So this would be, this isn't a large rental expense. This is really just the setup and takedown of the fencing. Parkway would be around $1,200. Riverside West would be around $1,900. If we move forward with I Street and utilizing I Street, that would be a potential site that we'd recommend potentially for some paving. With paving and the stormwater management associated with that site, so you're taking an investment and adding value to that site. That site ultimately is slated to be utilized for expansion of the of our fleets and shop services. So we'd want to make sure that we do that right. It'd be around $75,000. That would be an investment that we'd be able to utilize in the future. Once that temporary site is no longer there, that would be a site that we can use for further expansion of our facilities. Porta potty services, just in general for those 2 porta potties per each site, it's around $1,100 per month based on how many sites you have. Garbage service, it varies, but it's around $858 per site. Site cleanup and maintenance is around $3,800. That ranges depending on how things are. It could be less with the sites being smaller and maybe more manageable. Security, we'd be looking at a general security for the sites, it could be anywhere from $2,600, and we might be able to get that cost down per site, or it all depends on what kind of level of security you want for those sites. So you're looking at around a total of, give or take, $6,000 to $8,000 per site on a potential monthly cost and expense. Now, just to give you an idea of what we've spent so far on the site since the inception of our program, we've spent so far $227,000 to date. These numbers are relatively fresh in the categories that I have behind me. There's 2 things that are your call to action for this evening. One, which additional sites are you looking at wanting to designate as temporary sites? We have currently right now the one on 7th Street. What additional sites are you looking at wanting to identify? The other thing we're looking at identifying is the time for your time, place, and manner in that aspect of complying with House Bill 3115. And the resolution currently in front of you does state length up to 96 hours. So that's currently what the current resolution, the draft resolution that you have in front of you states. So with today's meeting, ultimately at the end of this, with direction of getting additional sites, and the resolution also states 96 hours. Your call to action, as I mentioned, alternatives, council could adopt the resolution as written, which defines 3 sites. It defines 7th Street, it defines Midland, and it identifies I Street as your 3 sites. If you want to make changes, add or subtract those, that is your prerogative as council. I would just need the direction, and if there is any modifications to the ones that are in the resolution, just make sure you modify that motion, and then also if there's any changes to the hours of 96, just make sure that's modified also, and so you can amend the resolution, not adopt the resolution, and there's a potential motion there. And with that, Mayor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Aaron. At this moment, do council have direct questions for Aaron pursuant his presentation? Rick, Joel, and Rob.
Thank you, Aaron. Can you go to slide 17? So we have Riverside West in there. The one below that is pave I Street is $75,000. Does Riverside West already have some paving?
Riverside West does not have paving.
So that would, if we were to choose that site, it would require some paving?
Well, we are trying to address a number of issues associated with the lawsuit. and trying to find opportunities for ADA accessibility is one of those. Midland does provide an opportunity for some paving, and it's recommended that if you are providing certain services, you may want to also make sure you provide access to those services. Riverside West is not, doesn't have improvements on it.
So we do have the opportunity to choose different sites with level of service?
You do, in whatever you believe is objectively reasonable. You are the ones that are trying to define objectively reasonable. That's one of the reasons why we're here today is, and I also speak to the members of the public, objectively reasonable when it comes to the compliance of House Bill 3115 has not been defined by the state of Oregon. And here today, we're discussing this because we're the tip of the spear of starting to define what objectively reasonable is, and that's what road we're starting to go down.
Okay, thank you.
Joel, and then Victoria.
One thing that was missing in the presentation, but you referred to it on your last slide, was adopt the resolution as written. I didn't see any written resolution.
There's a resolution in the packet. The resolution in the packet does provide for 96 hours resting and provides for 3 sites, 7th Street, I Street, and Midland.
Okay, I misunderstood that. I apologize. Okay, so then the hours of resting are at 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. still?
So that's currently what we have as adopted in the resolution. And that's one of the objections that came through the court case. We're looking at trying
Correct.
to provide additional time and places. That's the 2 calls to action for you this evening.
Right, so, so the proposal then doesn't try to change that?
The proposal changes the 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. to 96 hours if you adopt the resolution as written.
With no time restraints. Okay, 5 p.m. to 7, okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. It seems a little arbitrary that we're putting concrete on one side and not on the other. I'm not sure why that is. I guess that one side does have a future use for the concrete, while the second site, it would be a detriment to its future use.
So
Perhaps that's the difference.
I think that's a question, to answer a question of that, it would be asphalt, and it would be a site improvement that ultimately we will be able to benefit from.
Sure.
Because we do have future need and use of that. The site improvement may also help with regards to some of the ADA compliance issues that are out there. So,
Okay, so the next question I had then on A and 7th, we own several lots over there, not just that one lot. So it seems like there's a lot of flexibility for the contractor to use other city property to do the same thing. So I would ask you about that. And then the other question I would ask you about is, how long is it going to take to build the roof? We talking 2 weeks?
no, where the project is slated, I think, to start in March, and we don't have a lot of opportunities for staging. We have that one lot. We own parking next to it, but that parking is utilized on a daily basis by the public.
Then we also have the old on-track building as well, correct?
We currently don't have full access of that, and that is a shared parking area, so that would not be an area that we could put staging.
We don't have full access. What you mean you can't drive on it?
We can drive on it and we have parking, but we would have a hard time trying to stage that. We have ingress and egress issues that we would need to address,
Okay.
et cetera. So, I think it would
how long is
be,
it going to take to roof?
We don't have the schedule. I mean, again, we haven't approved the contract that's for your consideration tonight on the consent
Sure,
agenda.
I saw that.
However, it's likely going to run through June. It's a several-month project. Not only do they have to strip the existing roof, but they have to rebuild some of the infrastructure. There's the gutter replacement portion of the project in addition to all the soffits. So it's several months worth of work.
Okay, so the other thing is, was it advertised with that as a site for storage of material?
It was, and we're currently trying to work with the contractor to see how far he can scale down. It is something that we're working on, and we will adjust that accordingly should you choose to use A Street as a site. But at this juncture, it was part of his bid. It was to stage in that area.
So if we choose to go with that and we make those adjustments, then there would just be a contract adjustment that would have to be agreed to by the contractor as well.
If we were to exclude it entirely, there may have to be a contract adjustment back to us as a higher cost of doing business.
Okay.
But again, we're trying to work with him to see if he can shrink down as much as he can. But I just don't have a good answer for you tonight. This is evolving so fast. It's,
Sure.
we're trying really hard. Hopefully he can shrink down. It doesn't cost us any extra money and we can utilize a portion of that site. If he says no, then we can negotiate for what that fee would be.
So as a contracting officer, what I hear you saying, there can be contract adjustments done to it. The results of those remain unseen because they obviously involve the contractor and it may involve a little additional money or time.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Okay. Thanks, Joel. All good points. So is it anywhere in writing in the contract about the staging area being included?
It is not in the
didn't
contract,
see
but
it.
it was explicitly called out in the bid documents. So in the bid documents, we said, contractor, you can stage all of your stuff here. So that then became incorporated into his bid.
Thank you. So I have several questions here. One is, I just wanted to point out when, I guess on slide 18, Aaron, when you list costs here, I guess it's costs associated with the existing sites, right? 7th Street demolition, engineering for demolition, all that stuff. That was actually a spot that the city had planned to demolish before we even thought of putting any homeless site there. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we had this discussion before when you first talked about this a couple months ago. And so it was, as I said a couple months ago on this was, we had not slated or had budgeted to have this demoed. We had other properties that anyway that we're doing maintenance on. So this was a cost. Will it have happened sometime in the future? Yes.
Yeah.
When we would have budgeted for that, I'm not sure.
Sure.
But we wanted to, at full transparency, what the full costs were to get that site ready. We included that.
Thank you.
Whether you include that or not is up to you, but we thought it was important for us to make sure that was there.
Okay, I remember, I thought about a year ago, council had actually, we had planned on demolishing that, so you're saying it just hadn't been budgeted yet, but council gave direction, I believe, to demolish that building.
Yeah, and we've
Correct.
had buildings in the past that were slated for demolishing, but we have to take them year by year and as budget allows.
So, and a little bit more important, moving up the ladder for importance, on costs on slide 17, right in the middle, you have pave the I Street location, 75,000. Did you see the email that council got from Middle Rogue Steelheaders? I know council got it. I don't know if you saw it, right? All you councilors got it. We got it, right? Apparently, paving that site might be really, really problematic. And there might be people here tonight, actually in the audience, who could probably speak more about it than I can. But my understanding about that is if we literally, and this may sound silly, but it almost as if one more drop of rain, of runoff ends up in Skunk Creek, we've got the feds and state on our butt. In other words, paving that may not even be a consideration. Is that, so you're not aware of that letter we got from Middle Rogue Steelheaders?
That's one of the reasons why we have a cost associated with that. We don't know technically what it would totally cost to do the engineering of the stormwater for that. And that's something we have to consider. We can't just go in and do a $16,000 2-inch asphalt paving of the site. I mean, that's about what it would cost to pave that if we were just asphalting it. It is going to require engineering to try to figure out how to deal with the stormwater. And so that's why you're looking at the cost. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Thank you. So this is actually really a major question for me. You've got estimates here on security cost, 2680, and I'm assuming that's based on what we did in the past with some of the other sites. I'm not really sure, and this goes into discussion for later, but what we've done in the past was woefully insufficient. So, so can you describe what $2,680 bought as far as a monthly security? How much security did that buy us?
Sure, I could try to do that on the top of my head. So, and yeah, like the 75,000 stuff, it's there. It's not saying you have to pave I Street if you chose that. I'm just providing numbers for you so you can have that in your toolbox. The security of 2680 was some additional security with concierge where it provided additional patrol. It provided some of their cameras. It provided some of their camera monitoring at the J Street site. So this is a good question, Counselor, and that's why there's a little squiggly between in front of the 2680. It all depends on what site you choose.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but when you say some, could you tell us how much specifically that did buy us? How often they came by, or how many cameras? Because you said it provided some security.
Yeah, if I recall from the contract, I thought it was twice a day, or maybe the chief has.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, I think there might have been like 3 or 4 cameras. They weren't fantastic, to be honest, and they came by a couple times a day. And obviously, to speak to what the city manager is saying, depending on what council selects today, for example, we already have bought and paid for the surveillance trailer, so that's a cost that is already taken care of, so we can put that anywhere. But if you remember from my last comments before, our cameras are already pointing at the one in front of the PD, and they're already pointing across the street if needed on A Street.
So would you say the cost, that 2680, is that more involved with cameras, or is that more involved with the actual concierge guys coming around? And you say a couple times a day. Does that mean literally like 2 times a day they came around?
Yeah, that's exactly. I would probably recommend we wouldn't need that. It depends on what council chooses tonight before I would be firm on a decision.
We wouldn't, I'm not talking about, are you talking about a specific site we wouldn't need that, or anywhere? What are you saying?
It depends on what council chooses for locations, so we'd have to evaluate the location. So for example, J Street was pretty big, and we talked about it was a massive location. And providing that extra foot patrol there from concierge was a bonus, was a good thing to have. And then those additional cameras were also beneficial because we did have the surveillance trailer in there, but it's a huge location. So we had those other cameras to the front, and I think they had some on the sides as well on the perimeter that provided that extra security that they monitored as well. So
I'm just trying to get an idea, and I think council probably is also, if we spent 2680, if concierge went by there a couple times a day, and we all found out that that was woefully insufficient, I'm trying to get an idea of what would it have taken. Now, that site was way too big anyway, but let's just say it's a site that's away from city, away from 7th Street headquarters. We have no advantage there, so to speak. I'm trying to get an idea maybe from you, Chief.
Yeah.
How many times a day would it be wise to have concierge, or how many times an hour, for that matter, would it be wise or needed to have concierge go by a different site that was not near the 7th Street headquarters?
I think it could be several. I think we'd have to reevaluate possibly the contract. But I also think, and I've spoke to this before, I'd much rather police officers doing that type of work instead of a security guard.
Sure.
Not to minimize a security guard. I just would prefer that we could do it.
Okay.
We've talked about this before, though. We're understaffed big time at the PD, and we're running from call to call to call, so it's extremely difficult. And when we talk about the locations out front, at least we go by those areas on the regular, and depending on where you select, we also travel specific routes frequently, and it's not that difficult to see something so we can act accordingly.
Okay. Thank you.
So I got Victoria, then Indra, and Kathleen, and Joel. Victoria first.
So I'm looking at the Park Street and the Riverside West. Could you speak again to those? They are zoned recreational, and they would have to be rezoned. Just please make it clear that about what that would mean for every other residential, every other place in the city that is zoned recreational. Would that open up those sites? And
No,
that's my question.
Counselor, I appreciate the clarification, because I could see some people going, what? That's going to open up all the parks for them to rest. No. What it does is it provides you the tool, if you choose one of those 2 sites, they're currently zoned recreational. Therefore, we need to change Article 12 to include the definition recreational along with commercial, industrial, and business park. You then, as a council, can determine what areas within your recreational zones that you have for resting. Does not mean it opens it up to everything. Just like we have industrial, business park, and commercial, still doesn't mean they can go anywhere in there. It has to be in a designated site. So you have the ability. What it's doing is it's providing you an additional tool to utilize your recreational zone properties to designate certain areas, not the whole recreational zone.
Indra?
I just have a few questions on the costs on 17. So, actually 18. What are in those indirect charges of 11,000 plus? What are those?
Those are the administrative charges that it takes for staff like finance, city manager's office to help manage those sites. And so they're an indirect charge for administration.
Okay. And then there's trash pickup maintenance, but then there's also garbage at the bottom. What I see part of that is the J Street closing. Is that all J Street closing garbage costs, or is that something more?
This is my fault. I should have titled that one better. The trash pickup and site maintenance is actually a contracted firm that was going onto the sites several times a week and doing cleanup, maintaining all of the facilities that were there. So that was that one fee. The other one, garbage, is straight from the trash.
What do you mean straight from the trash?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm not clear.
Just the dumpsters that are on
That was
site.
the cost of the dumpsters and the hauling the stuff to the trash.
Oh, okay.
So that
okay, so
garbage, which is
services
the 16,000,
versus-
yep, and that included all of the site cleanup costs, including some that just is the bill should be in any day.
Okay, and then those costs are to date for both sites?
As of this
including
morning, those are the
okay.
current costs in the system.
And then just one more clarification, when you mentioned the 96 hours, which is 4 days, that doesn't include the notice and 72 additional hours, correct? So they really have a week, correct?
Yeah, basically, it's 4 days, and then after that 96 hours, then we would be able to post, and they would have technically 72 hours based on state law.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen?
So my question is, before the temporary restraining order, it was just resting from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, with the temporary restraining order, it's now called camping?
It's titled however you'd like to title it. So could be potato or potatoes, I think. So
So then the further question would be, when the temporary restraining order is taken off, are we back to resting instead of camping?
you can designate these sites titled however you'd like if you so desire.
So we can say that these sites would be resting from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
No, what we're looking at is additional time where you're providing up to 96 hours for them to rest.
And it all started with, believe it was 5 disabled people that
I think you should
needed
leave your
this?
questions to the topic at hand. We
Okay.
don't want to diverse
Okay.
too far into the weeds. Let's kind of this is an information pass between staff and ourselves, so let's keep the questions a little poignant. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but I really want to kind of stay focused here, guys. Joel, and then Rick, and then Victoria.
So I'm a little slow and dense, Aaron, and I need your help. On slide 20, page 10, it talks about alternatives, and it says, council could adopt the resolution as written. Okay, and the resolution as written has hours of resting. Then the other thing, I don't see what sites are included in the resolution as written. Is it all the sites? Is it part of the sites? What is the resolution as written? And maybe I'm missing it.
The resolution should state the 3 sites.
Yes. And it's not, so we don't have that before us, we need to determine that, is that what you're saying?
Yes, we do. It's an addendum in your packet.
Okay.
On here, it's page 527 in front of me.
Thank you.
I don't have that.
527?
So the packets in front of everybody right now go to 524. So do we have an addendum to pass out?
You should have it on the dais, it's not.
Okay, sorry, that's probably where the confusion is.
Okay.
Everybody's opening their big packets and it stops at 524.
Right, because we had published the
I
packet.
understand for timing wise.
Do you have it?
So I don't see it, but, you know, I'm not the sharpest stick on the block.
I don't find it either.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't get distributed as much. It looks like a couple of them, so. You take a second. Thanks for the clarification, Joel. We'll get some clarification here.
Thank you.
Did you have any other question?
Yeah, I did. This is just me speaking, and I'm not an expert. Seems like the unmanaged campgrounds are not really desirable for anybody to be in.
Hey, Joel, I'm going to have to bring you back. Hey, let's stick to questions.
Well, I have an alternative or an option. The Riverside West, if it was a managed campground, and then you have those 2 other nonprofits close by, how would that play into these alternatives in the proposed action? That's not pertinent at this time. I'm willing to accept that.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a question. If you're asking a question, if that's, how's that pertinent? I think it could be pertinent. The question is that ready to go and available right now? Then I'd say it's not pertinent to what you're requested to do right now, which is provide additional space and time in order, in direct result of the lawsuit. We're needing additional space and time.
And it was in the presentation that there would be extra things that would have to be added to a few sites, that would be one of them to bring it up to what we needed.
So really what we're doing here is this is a chain of events, and this saga is not over. Okay.
Thank you. Rick?
My question was pretty much the same thing as Joel's. My amended agenda didn't include pages 525 to 528. Aaron, do you have a copy you can post on the screen for us to read?
Yeah, we are trying to get some copies for us right this second, so it does take a few seconds for the copy machine.
That's fine, thank you.
In the interim, Victoria, next.
You may have said this, but could you tell me how long a zoning change would take?
The typical zoning change is about 3.5 months.
Thanks, Brad. Okay, so it looks like we have the resolution as stated up on the screen now. So as listed, if you see at the bottom there, the delineated sites, which as written within this resolution would be 7th Street, Milan, and I Street, Midland, sorry. So we are still in question portion. If you have any further questions, do you need a second to read that?
The resolution in front of you, as stated, provides for 3 sites. It's I Street, it's Midland, and it's 7th Street. It provides for 96-hour resting.
Victoria, do you have another question? Not now. Sorry for the delay. We'll just give them a second to digest, and if there's any other questions, if not, we'll pass on. I don't see anybody else's hands raised up. Does anybody else have any further questions for staff? All right, thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Okay, that concludes the presentation and questions. At this time, I can open it up to public comment. This comment will be, has to be very directed and pinpointed to the subject at hand. Give me 1 second, please. I gotta read my little diatribe here, guys. Where's my public comment? There it is. So this is going to be an opportunity for the public to address the city council on this item that we are talking about right now, this resolution. Please be courteous. This is not a time for political stances or addressing council members one-on-one. This is to weigh in on the topic at hand. We have 2 minutes to speak. And I'm going to be very hawkish on you guys because we want to keep in decorum and we want to keep to the topic of hand. We will have open public comment later in the evening, so realistically, if you're going to get up to the dais, please speak on this resolution that is on the dais right this second. At that moment, I will open it up to the first person. Go ahead. Please state your name and...
Hi, David Dapper, city resident. One thing, don't open any of the parks up, that the recreational zoning thing on this. That just will never unclose that can of worms. The other thing, we learned from J Street, and thank you for shutting that mess down, that we need some rules in these places. There have to be some kind of control. If nothing else, to protect the people, the true homeless that are there being victimized all night long by the junkies and whatnot that are just plaguing the place. So if we're going to really care for these people that need help, we need to protect them by having some rules. And again, please don't open up the park zoning thing. There's no closing that can of worms up. And if you have rules, you won't need as much space, because if you just ask the mission, a lot of people won't go anywhere with rules, and those are the people that we really want to separate from the true needy and homeless anyway. It seems kind of logical to me. Thank you.
Thank you. If you guys want to go ahead and line up back there, we'll just that'd probably be easier than everybody can jump up and raise a hand. Showing there's a couple people in front of you. Thank you. Go ahead, state your name and go ahead.
Brenda Sisson, and I am a county resident, not city. But I would like to say that I've been homeless, and I know the difference between camps and car living and people that are just transient. I propose that you pick the 3 separate places: Midland, 7th, and Park, East Park, over by the station over there. That would be for vehicle parking, designated for vehicle parking. Midland would be for campers, for whoever they would be. If you want to have to, designate spots to the people who are in there, like they have to come and ask permission to be parked in there, and then give them a long flag with a number on their space, then you would know who is at that space at that flag number. And Midland is visible all the way around, which is really good for officer surveillance and behavior. And what was the, 7th Street would be for, it's already being pretty good done by the police department, which is the behavior. That one is pretty secure. And on East Park Street, it would be secured vehicle parking for like a lady that has children or something and no place to go. It would be secured. So please consider the Midland, where it has visual all the way around it. And water finds its own level, so that separates these people from distance. It doesn't make them convenient to be transient. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take a 1 second here. I want to really commend Brenda. She's on point here. We're talking about the sites for this resolution and the time period. So please leave or tailor your comments to the sites and the time period. Thank you.
Bob McGuire, lifetime resident. So I was curious, I didn't hear anything about if they were going to be, are these going to be open? Open like J Street was? And I heard that there was going to be something about Vine Street, and did that one get kiboshed? Then I think in the long run, I think that would have been the best one. And yeah, it would have been in the long run, I think that one would have been a lot more money, but I kind of see that's going to be where we're going to be in the long run, and the small ones are going to be in a great way. And I Street, I see where I feel that that's going to put, it's going to be putting us back in like in the area of Mill Street, and it's going to put everybody kind of back into the Mill and J, and it's going to put us back into that bad realm in that area again. And so anyway, but that was just some questions. I just kind of was curious, because if this is going to be open again where they can come and go and let the drug dealers come in and sell them their stuff, and I don't know, that's not going to work. We're going to have to keep it closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Next.
Hello, my name is Chanel, and I'm here to advocate for the homeless. I think that I didn't see anything up there that was a source of water that is necessary, especially since in the time frame that these sites are going to be available. It's going to be summertime, and black asphalt with a tent is horribly hot. I don't think that that's fair for anyone to have to be out there living on black asphalt. I also think that 4 days is not a good amount of time to rest at all based off of these people's situation. And I believe that there should be more time, considering that campsites, you can stay for 14 days and then have to leave for 3 days in order to go to another campsite. I think that's more of a sufficient source of time to rest, especially if you're disabled. And also, All Care has a lot of funding out there for people that are in homes, but can also pay for legitimate campsites, even though that's off the point. So I think that also, if they were at a different location, which a campsite is recreation, even though Grants Pass PD is understaffed, you have sheriff and you have ranger to oversee the security if there's any problems. I think that's a better solution, and I think it's more fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I'm Robert Pierce. I happen to own a piece of property on the corner of J and 11th Street that shares a property line with you guys' proposed site. On the 6th, I turned in a application for a new commercial building on that site, and on the 11th, I got a letter that stated that my application was complete, and the afternoon of the 11th, I found out you guys' proposal to put this building, or to put this camp there. Forgetting my loss of this, because it is going to be a big loss for me, putting that aside, do you guys know what you have to do through your own, let me ask this, do you guys intend to follow your codes to develop that site? Because I just did. I just went through the whole process. Your storm drainage thing that you're talking about is 20 pages long. The storm drain that we have to put in, the underground detention facility, and the water cleansing facility that we have to put underground to protect Skunk Creek is massive. It took up 30 by 100 underground. Huge, big money. According to what I see, you guys, your zoning's right, business park, you can put it there. But you have to do it under a special use permit. And that special use permit spells it out right here that you have to do everything just like I had to do. I would hope you guys are gonna do that, because that's the way it's supposed to be. And the creek is gonna cause you a large problem, just like your fish kill in April of last year that still hasn't ever really been answered. It has the potential to happen again. Any questions for me? 'Cause I got lots of stuff if you guys want it.
This isn't a back and forth situation,
Yeah.
just comments, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir.
I have a question actually for, hey, Robert, I have a
Yes.
question. So you mentioned that you had put some application in for some project that you had been planning on
Yeah, an
doing?
8,000 square foot industrial building that the city has the application right now. Here's a copy of the drawings.
And so what were you using that for?
It'll be commercial rentals for separate buildings, for separate divided business park type stuff.
So raw land to 8,000 square foot building?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Shoni Nelson, Grants Pass, Oregon. I think we need to use that term reasonably objectable very often. I think we need to use it a lot because it's being used a lot against us. Now, for these sites, I think you need to think about it as far as when you're thinking about these sites, which one is the best one for setting up hospice? I mean, you want to make sure that you set up the hospice right. That way, when you set up the hospice and you have the people in those hospice, that you really help them, okay, with their assisted suicide. You make sure and you give them the needles that they need, what they need to be comfortable to assist them in said suicide. I'll leave you with that. Have an amazing day.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Mitchell, and I'm a resident of Grants Pass. I'm here to ask for clarification on the 3 points in the projected sites. There was language used that I don't know is quite equal. One was that's resting area. The other language in the text of the resolution that's before you is camping and camping material. So my question is, are those equal?
Thank you. Next. Just a reminder, we want to keep this to the resolution that revolves around sites and time.
Yes. Mike Pelfrey, city resident. So I am 100% against any camp in any park, period. The Riverside location is the most horrible location on the planet. First of all, if I'm thinking about, if it's the same property I'm thinking of, it's behind the U-turn for Christ building. It also goes all the way down to the river. I walked that property yesterday morning. I can assure you that it's being completely disrespected by the campers that are there. It's also a complete eyesore for our, if we are truly a city that needs tourism, there's no way on the planet that you guys should even consider that location. So I am in agreement with what was presented on the 3 sites. 7th Street is already there. It's next to the police department. And really, sometimes when I go to drive to just check what that site looks like, you have to look pretty quickly because it comes up on you fast. It's also got fencing, so you can't really see the tents back there. I think the 7th Street location needs to stay. The other 2, I'm not familiar with the sites, but as long as they don't involve a park, you will not hear me complain. And then ultimately, the goal would be to hopefully close these camps in the future, because it would be nice if the nonprofits would do their job and we saw less tents. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next, please.
Dell Aldridge, City of Grants Pass. When J Stewart was shut down, thank you. You did a great job. You did what your job was protect the public. But unfortunately, when I went over to the 7th Street site for 10 days in a row, I saw no more than 8 tents in one night. Rest of the time, there was 1, 2, or 3 tents. And then when they left in the morning, there was trash everywhere, which made no sense. They're there camping, pick up the trash and leave. I definitely don't want to see any parks, please. We need our parks back for our kids. We got events coming up this summer. We want tourism.
Thanks. Next.
Brad Converse, City of Grants Pass. I read the court case just while I was sitting back there. It's not long. You do have some people that they can't move around. They've got some pretty serious problems that even 96 hours, I'd be concerned that when we coded them, my concern is for the parks, really. I was on the Parks Committee for many years, and they're packed again, and it's tragic. We have about a week to fix this. The injunction's up February 27th. That's going to be here fast, which is kind of why you guys are scrambling a bit. I would encourage you to focus on the ADA aspect of it. Looking at the 6th Street site next to the police station, if you were to pave that and say you can stay here long-term, just get approval that you are disabled. If you're disabled, this is a site that you can rest. It's right next to the police station. I live right near there. We haven't had problems with it. That works. Another one is next to the parkway. You've got some land there that is, again, next to public safety, is nearby. My concern with the 3 that you've posted is they're not that ADA accessible. When the goal is that we want to get our parks back and have this under control, and I don't want to be stuck with an injunction for 3 years because we rushed this decision, but we kind of have to rush a decision now because we have a week left. So consider sites that are either ADA accessible, or if we do pave them, it makes sense to pave them because we're gonna maybe use that as a long-term site. If we've got we're talking about the I Street. Well, there was a mention that we might turn that into something else, and it sounds like someone else is already trying to do something with that site. That's not a long-term solution. I think we need to start having long-term solutions to homelessness. That I was on the board of the Gospel Rescue Mission for a long time. I was talking to Brian Botel there last week. They are not set up to take care of all homeless people and solve all their problems. We are very likely, just living in Oregon, we're going to need some sites that work long-term for disabled people to live more than rest. And until we do that, we're going to have an injunction that's going to prevent us from applying any of our laws. So, thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Hamilton. The Midland property is basically right in my front yard. I think you're going to have a lot of backlash putting a low barrier camp there. I know I, for one, won't be happy with it. I did talk to a couple neighbors, though, this week while I was out there cleaning up the field, and some of them are open to the idea of having just disabled put in that location, but I don't think that it's going to work for the disabled people there either. That piece of property drops down, so you would have to build a ramp for them to be able to access that paved part of the parking lot. But that paved part of the parking lot also gets used by the doctor's offices there also. It fills up quite a bit. But there are a few other neighbors that flat out don't want anything there. One just listed her house for sale. She's straight across from that piece of property, and she's ready to lawyer up. So that's a warning. I do want to thank you for the discussion this Friday. Really appreciated that. Something that I had asked for before, back when Bristol was here. I really liked having that discussion and be able to talk to everybody on all the different viewpoints and the suggestions given. That's basically it in a nutshell. I don't want to drag it on for too much longer, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, come on up.
Good evening, city leadership. My name is Mike Slotemaker. I am a resident of Grants Pass. I live in a house along the river with a fence adjoining the Park Street property and the fire station. You can see my house on the picture. We went through this exercise in August. I found out very quickly that they were considering behind the fire station, so I'm a very transparent person. Reached out to the then city council. Many of you have been on the deck of my house. You've seen how close this is. I went around to the neighborhood. I got over 100 petitions or 100 signatures on a petition from people in the neighborhood, 170 people at the old folks home right by the fire station, and over 500 people with an online petition. Over 700 people said, please don't do this at the fire station. I didn't have a lot of time, very busy with my work, so that was about the best I could do at that point in time. Here's what's changed. I'm now the chairman of our HOA board. I represent 25 homes, about a $15 million property value. I can make about half a dozen calls and get a $250,000 war chest. I'm not threatening, I'm just letting you know because I'm transparent. We will sue if you go forward with putting this at the fire station. I dipped in there tonight There are 10 parking spots. 10. That's not very many. There's one ingress egress route. That's not very safe. So I would recommend that you very seriously look and consider. I'm not telling you where to go. I'm just saying it's not very attractive to go to the Park Street station or the Park Street location. Again, fully transparent. I'm not a mean guy. I would love to have any of you that would like to come on my deck, take a look at it, and realize probably not the best location. I'm fine with funding this thing if we have to fight it, because it will benefit hundreds of people in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on up.
How you doing? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Phil Simpson. I'm the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Rogue District Watershed Manager covering Josephine, Jackson, and Curry counties. I'm also a Grants Pass resident. I'm here to discuss our hatchery winter steelhead trout acclimation activities on Skunk Creek, which occur directly downstream of the 601 Southeast I Street site, one of the proposed allowable sites for people experiencing homelessness to rest. In case you're unfamiliar with steelhead trout, they are the same scientific species as rainbow trout, but have an ocean migratory life phase prior to reaching adulthood, similar to salmon. For the past 9 years, our agency has partnered with the Middle Rogue steelheaders to acclimate roughly 10 to 15,000 winter steelhead smolts in Lower Skunk Creek during late March through May. These fish have been reared at Coal River's hatchery from the egg stage to the smolt life stage, where the smolt life stage is when the juvenile fish prepare to make their downstream migration to the ocean. Prior to that ocean migration, several thousand fish are moved to off-site acclimation areas such as Lower Skunk Creek. The fish continue regular feeding schedules, but begin acclimating to Skunk Creek water and develop a chemical imprint to that system. And when these steelhead return to the Rogue as adults after 1 to 4 years in the ocean, they will home towards Skunk Creek. And this increases the probability of an adult steelhead to occupy waters in the main stem Rogue near the Skunk Creek confluence, and thus increases the probability of angler harvest. Off-site acclimation areas can be an incredibly effective way to amplify angler opportunity while also limiting the chances that hatchery fish may spawn in the wild. We've seen evidence of the program working here in the Rogue and would like to preserve that program. Our concerns stem from the potential water quality impacts from point source pollution associated with the temporary camping areas. Salmon and steelhead in general are quite sensitive to changes in water chemistry, and our hope is that the City Council members consider the value of Skunk Creek steelhead acclimation program to the local community and prioritize Rogue River water quality in general. Thank you.
Hey, before you leave, I had a quick question. I live on Upper Skunk Creek.
Yeah.
And there's no water in it. Is there actually water year-round within Lower Skunk Creek?
Year-round, it varies. I mean, you know, the Rogue Basin's been in extreme drought for over 10 years.
Correct.
So yeah, it's right now there's water in it.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm on Upper, and the only thing we got in the Skunk Creek is skunks.
Yeah, springtime acclimation period, yeah, there's definitely water.
Thank you for taking the time. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Mothy. I'm a county resident, and I have disabilities. I am out there every week cleaning the parks. I am asking, please do not put the sites in the park. Putting in the park by, sorry, where you're considering would be really a bad location for tourists. They would roam and they would get into Riverside normally. And putting the people in the park would be like taking junked cars and putting them in front of businesses. And I don't think people that own businesses in this town would like to have dilapidated cars. And I'm just asking, please do not put the site in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. We got one more? Come on up.
Byron Robertson, local resident and business owner contractor. Two points I'd like to make, or I guess maybe questions, is what makes these sites ADA accessible? I know the Midland one has a strip, it looks like a strip of asphalt down the one side of it. What do you consider ADA accessible? I think Mr. Kubik said to services, so the rest of the site isn't ADA accessible if it's grass, if it's not paved surface. So is it just an accessible area for them to get to water and a bathroom, or is the camping area? I Street, I was one of the companies that gave you a bid for the paving, all right? We'd have to pave into it and pave everything at 2%. The other sites, is it just a sidewalk? The site next door here just has a sidewalk, but the gravel surface is not considered ADA accessible. So when you're trying to make an ADA accessible, what extent are you gonna have to get to make it ADA accessible? Is it just to services just to get to the site on the sidewalk, or is it actually a camping area? Second of all, and probably the most important is, like Mr. Pierce brought up, his property and the I Street, the amount of expense that you should have to go through, because any contractor or developer, I get reminded every day about stormwater on any of our sites getting into a catch basin, and where that ends up is the river, all right? You guys are under the gun to improve your stormwater management. Every site you have will have water or disposal, or however you want to term it. I've driven by many of these sites when they used to sleep up on Washington Boulevard. When we did a job up there, I used to watch them take a 5-gallon bucket of feces and dump it right down your storm drain. They were just that way at Tussing Park. So wherever you go, you have a major stormwater problem you have to deal with. And what expense are you willing to take to make yourself meet those standards, just like you'd make Mr. Pierce or any other contractor meet those standards?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I got one guy before you. And then you can go. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Hap Verich. I was born and raised in Grants Pass. I encourage the council and the council members to consider that Midland is 3 blocks away from prominent school district, elementary and middle school, Highland and North Middle School, and those children that we should be considering in all of this. It's our highest calling to protect, and they'll be walking those roads 3 blocks from where you guys are considering putting a camp that we all know is filthy majority of the time. So exposing our children to the drugs or needles or any of that is asinine. And so I urge you guys to consider that. And I don't like proposing a problem without a solution, but I mean, 7th Street, Chief's done a great job of, that's a clean, and like Mike mentioned, it's walled off, and it's not an eyesore, but it's there, and it's doing well. And for people that actually want the help, they're going and I mean, it just, as far as other options, I know Park Street being next to a fire department and having that accessibilities to any ODs or anything of that matter that will be treated promptly. And then, yeah, so 7th and Park makes sense. Everything else as far as the parks and it's not logical. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on up now.
Hi, Suzanne Hill, and I have a bird's eye view of Ogle Park. I have viewed, when campers were in Ogle Park, every degenerate behavior. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't planning to come up here and speak, but I have had human feces thrown on my truck from homeless. I've had things stolen. They roam at night. They're going to be going through the neighborhoods again. Even though you're going to put them in a camp on Midland, they won't stay there. They'll be in Ogle Park. They will be in the neighborhood. Please, I agree. Do not put them in parks and do not put them in residential neighborhoods. I can't go through this again for 2 years. For 2 years. I had homeless running through my yard, defecating in the field around me, screaming, fighting, waking me up at night. It's not okay. I'm a homeowner. I can't move. And I don't want this again. If they break into my house, I've seen violence in the parks, on the street. So please, not Midland. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else standing up, and you want to come on up.
Good evening, councilors. I just want to say thank you very much for taking this head on. I realize your back is against the wall.
Yeah, sorry, can you preface with your name first, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Tim Augustine. I'm a resident of Grants Pass.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank each and every one of you. I know it's a difficult task of what you're doing. And I came up last because I like to hear the input of everyone else in the community. But there's one thing that I never really heard about is that no matter what site you're going to be choosing is going to be unpopular. But what I see even more than that is that you don't have a solution once you have a site, what the overseer is going to be doing. Everyone should have rules and abide by rules. Agreed upon, we abide by all rules. It should be no different. And that's something that I see. The J Street, I looked at that, that was a cesspool. You know, Riverside is turning into, it's going that direction. Because there's no one overseeing, holding people accountable. And that is one of the things that I strongly recommend that you have a solution for that you can present to us. Because you could have land, but that land gets trashed every time. We're going to be back here again. It's a matter, how do we get the people, separate the ones, the drug addiction, to the ones that are really homeless. Like I love the one lovely lady over here who was talking. Have separate campsites. I know it's far reaching, but why not? If we're grassroots, let's start it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like we got one more. Yeah, so if you guys want to speak, you want to stand up real quick so we can make sure and get through this in an efficient manner. Thank you.
My name's Helen Cruz, City of Grants Pass resident. I'm very active in the homeless community. I'm out there with them daily. Honestly, I would like to know what happened to the Vine Street. You know, because I'm hearing everybody in this community, and they're like, why Midland? Why the parks? I don't think they should be in the parks at all. Absolutely not. Okay? But I would like to know why that Vine Street location was taken off. Because to me, it sounds ideal. And I see you guys wanting to make something, happen here. And I get that you're on a time crunch. But as well as that, you guys are starting to put up more sites that are going to cost more money instead of just putting it down to 1 or 2. Like, the 7th Street one, great. But why is Vine Street off? I've talked to a lot of people in the homeless community. They think it's a wonderful idea. Vine Street, they're more than willing to go up there. They have no problem with that. So, I mean, I'd like to know where that went. You guys don't want them in town. You don't want them in the parks. But you want to put them in the middle of town, and they can go either direction that way. I mean, so I think you're giving them too many options. Just give them one spot, and they'll go there. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you want to speak there in the back of the room? Okay, thank you very much. Looks like we're good for public comment. I appreciate all your guys' time and your decorum. I think everybody did very well. Thank you very much. So we're going to close public comment at this moment in time and bring it back to council for discussion. We're still in the middle of this resolution. Indra.
First, I just want to thank the residents for coming today and stepping forward. Sometimes we don't get a lot of residents and tax-paying citizens that come and speak up, and so that's refreshing. I have gone to all of the sites. I've driven around them, and I've talked to a lot of people in our town. I represent Ward 1, so I have Midland there too. I spoke with a senior who's on a fixed income. She's 71 and still working because she can't afford to retire, and tells me she will never be able to afford to retire till she dies. And she does not want 1 cent going to homeless people. She's worked all of her life for what she had and made good choices. And people feel like they're being punished for making good choices. I spoke with a mother with a family. The north end of town has a lot of kids, the schools, Gilbert Creek Park. There are a lot of children. It's a great walking neighborhood. And I fear for the safety of those people, as she does and many of her neighbors. I spoke with a business owner who has a business in that end of town, and particularly by Vine Street, which we're talking about, which is off the table now because the city doesn't own it, but might come up later. And, you know, no one wants the site by their place. It's like we've heard, it's a cesspool and drugs and dangerous. And so I don't feel comfortable picking and choosing who to put the homeless site by. I don't think that's my responsibility. I think, and someone mentioned, and I wrote this down, putting people in the park. We're not putting people, it's not our job to put people places. People have accountability and should have accountability with where they choose to put themselves and what decisions they make and where they want to live or go. And do we want to help people do that? Of course we do. And so I'm not prepared. I'm a hard no on choosing any site. I was gung-ho for get them out of the parks, get them out of the parks. I have 4 children. We were fortunate enough to be raised where we could go to the park and my kids could enjoy them. It disgusts me what's happened to our parks, and I was all for that. But now I look at it, and don't go to the parks, but go next to this business that now can't operate and gets graffiti and destroyed, and go next to this neighborhood where people get feces on their truck and can't go outside and walk. How is it up to us to say that's okay too? I don't think it's up to us to do that. The cost is insane. So when some of my colleagues up here ran for office with me, we said we don't want to be in the hopeless business, the homeless business. It's not up to us to take taxpayer money and pay this, because we have a lot of hardworking citizens that don't want their money to go to that. When we closed J Street, people stepped up. There were U-Turn for Christ. There were people they got into their program because we specifically closed that site, which was horrific, by the way. I just talked to Cassie with Mint this morning. They are buying that building. I'm not crazy about the location, but they're not using any city money. And so here's another nonprofit stepping up. It will be completely managed and not low barrier. Okay, so that's what we need. Our people, we need managed sites, as some of the counselors talked about, because you cannot have unmanaged sites. But to have managed sites in these locations and to get them up to code, it is going to be so costly. The city cannot afford that. And so, in addition, I think when you pick sites, you're saying welcome to Grants Pass to anyone that wants to come. And as we have seen, it just grows and it gets worse. And I think I want it to get better. And so I'm for the police station site, the 7th Street site. It's managed. I mean, it's there. And as someone pointed out, people didn't even go there a lot. because that seems to me it would be a safe place. So whether maybe people, the disabled, once it's paved, could maybe, I don't know, stay longer, or I want the disabled to get help, and the 5 on the lawsuit, maybe now that Mint's opening it, they can take it, or another nonprofit. They are housing people. She said she got three people in houses. So recently, I mean, so it is happening. So I don't want to make the problem worse. So I am a no on any of these sites. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Indra. I do have to caution you in talking about Mint when they actually were on the news this morning saying that they're not going to be in that Parker's building and they're actually going to a different location. So you might get some information wrong there. We didn't even know, but it came up on the news this morning, so that's a different story. We're still in discussion, so Victoria and Joel?
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who came and spoke tonight, and thank you for your advocacy for your neighborhoods, for children, for fish, for homeowners. So many of you came up and you spoke so eloquently, and I think that all of us, well, I'm only speaking for myself, but I think we all agree that we agree with what you are saying, and we also have to manage the current situation that we are in. So someone came up and I thank you, I don't know which one it was, said you're between a rock and a hard place. Yes, we are, and coming up with the very best way to deal with that is what we're attempting to do. So I did want to mention, because somebody mentioned Vine Street. That is absolutely something that we are discussing, and can't talk a great deal about it, but it is something that's not off the table. So I really wanted people to know that, and to let the public know that we are absolutely looking at long-term solutions that help everyone in our community, from the people who spoke about the unhoused people, to the homeowners, to all the people that I mentioned. So such a difficult situation we find ourselves in. So I once again wanted to thank everyone, and to, I guess, maybe try to assure people that we are looking at long-term solutions. So thank you. We are with you. We hear you and agree with you. So thank you for that, and I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Victoria. Joel, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, so we're in a situation right now where we have a temporary injunction by a judge, federal judge, that says all the parks are open. That's a fact. And we need to take action to remedy that. We're the only city right now in Grants Pass that has their parks open to the homeless. Let me finish. Yeah, it's not for interaction, but we can talk. I'd be glad. I'll take you out for coffee. So we need to address that, and we need to address it before next week. And so we need a decision. These are our temporary sites at this point in time. You know, we're going to have to look at them. They're going to have impacts no matter where you put them, to all concerned, to the unsheltered and to the adjacent landowners, and to business community, and to the city coffers. But that's the situation we're in, and I don't necessarily like it, but I don't have any choice about that, and you don't either. So we're gonna need to do something, and we'll try to do something with the least amount of harm, and we're gonna try to look at the long-term solution, and this is just an interim step. And I think that's just the facts of where we're at.
Thank you, Joel. Anybody else for discussion? Rob?
Yeah, so I don't think that we're trying tonight to solve homelessness or solve drug addiction or any of those really, really important and overarching concerns. I mean, tonight, my understanding is, and I think council agrees, that we're hoping to essentially get back our parks. And that is really the extent of what is on the table tonight. I would completely disagree with Indra when she says it's not our place or not our responsibility as counselors. This is what she signed up for. This is what I signed up for. I shouldn't say I didn't sign up for this specific problem, but the bottom line is this specific problem for 4 years and having many meetings where people were nowhere near as civil as they were tonight, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't sign up specifically for that, but it's basically whatever comes along that the city needs. And so it's not always ribbon cutting at a new park or a playground. It's the exact opposite tonight. So it is our responsibility. And anyone who would vote no on doing something tonight is essentially voting yes on keeping them in the parks and not getting out of the restraining order. So anyone who votes no on that tonight, that's what they're saying. We are going to, despite the fact that the judge is clear, despite the fact the law is clear, they vote no. That means, okay, we're okay with them in the parks. I'm not okay with them in the parks. Joel and myself and Rick, we cleared them out of the parks once before when we had an opportunity. We never thought it was going to come back. But I just want to be really clear here as we're moving towards hopefully a decision at some point tonight or in the near future. I had an idea when I came in the meeting where I might be on this, and I've modified it a little bit in my mind where I might be on this. But I want to be really clear, and I don't know that all the counselors or many of the people in the audience have actually listened to the audio of the judge or read the transcript of the audio, read the transcript of what the judge specifically said, what was the trigger here, and why we're in the situation we're in. Because I think we understand where the judge is coming from, we may be able to come up with the, we'll say, the least intrusive solution, rather than maybe overkill. So I have the transcript. I'm going to read what I think is the appropriate parts. This is from the judge, not today, but the last time when the restraining order was put in.
Hey, Rob, I'm not going to cut you off, but will you please explain exactly where that transcript comes from in detail to make sure that the audience knows?
Where it came from?
You want to make sure that you're defining what you're reading.
Okay.
In full detail.
I thought I did, but maybe I didn't sufficiently. So this is when Judge Thusen, the first time when the restraining order was, when the Tom Stenson, the lawyer for the handicapped, basically requested a temporary restraining order be thrown at the city. He went to county court, Judge Thusen, and our lawyer was there as well. But this was the judge's, was his finding, his conclusion after listening to both sides. The homeless lawyer or the handicap lawyer, ADA lawyer, whatever it's called, he had his position, our lawyer, their position, the judge decides.
And just to clarify, that is public record, right?
It's public record,
Thank
yeah,
you.
Of course, yeah. I do find that the current policy that restricts the camping to 7th Street, that requires people to remove their items every morning, has an adverse effect on the specific plaintiffs in this particular complaint, and perhaps a larger body of the population. Being in Southern Oregon, we're all about outdoors here. Camping, backpacking. When you go to camp, you take certain supplies. When you get up and you're leaving every day, your supplies are limited or they are much lighter. I think in February, expecting somebody to carry, many blankets or thick sleeping bags and camping, removing it every day is what really forms my opinion right now on that there would be some type of irreparable harm if those types of rules were continued to be enforced. There's more, but the next part that I think applies. I don't like the idea of the parks being filled up again, but I think the policy decisions made by the parties at this point forces my hand on this matter. I have to follow the law, and I would find that the current policy is in violation of ORS 195.530. And he actually started earlier, he said, I cannot rewrite the city's policy that is far from my authority. And so it would seem as though that, to me, from reading this, that basically, while closing J Street, we all feel was probably a necessary thing because J Street was a real hellhole. What really the ADA lawyer and the judge seem to agree that forcing the handicapped people out of 7th Street every day at 7 a.m. is the part that this really seemed to bother the judge the most. So to me, rather than having a solution that might be kind of overkill, I'd like to try to focus that a little bit on that. So the 96-hour aspect of our sites, the time part of it, time, place, and manner, the 96 hours, 4 days without having to move, I personally think that that would be objectively reasonable for most people in most situations. The 20, having them have to get up every day, especially the handicap, especially in the winter, I would agree with the judge that that, to me, is not objectively reasonable. That's just my opinion. But I think 96 hours, I think, would be. And the judge didn't say that day that I want you to have 3 sites or 5 sites or spread them out all over town or they got to be in a park on a beautiful grassy lawn. He never said any of that. What he really thought was in danger was people not being able to carry the stuff that they were going to need to stay warm if they had to get up and leave every day. So that's on the time piece. On the place, I think pretty much everyone in the room agrees that we really like Chief Hensman's house. He's a very good host. We're a very good host. The 7th Street site, because it's got already surveillance cameras, it has good lighting. The fact that, as one member of the audience said, when you drive up 7th, you can't even really see it. That site's a no-brainer to me. As much as this whole thing is really not something any of us want to deal with, that site is obvious. To me, another site is almost as obvious, and that would be the 6th and A site. Now, unfortunately, it's an eyesore when you drive down 6th Street, and the reason it was set up that way without the tarp, say, facing A, is so that the police, when they drive by, can see what's going on. That's why it was open to the 6th Street side. Nonetheless, the chief has told us that some of the surveillance from headquarters is directed towards the 6th Street side. So we already have some of the surveillance there. The fact that we've got a roofing situation going on, to me, is of almost no consequence because what we're dealing with is so much bigger than that. Even if we had to put the roofing project off, it is so much bigger than that when you listen to everybody in the entire town. So if we've got to pay more on that roofing contract or they've got to stage it differently, I mean, I'm sure that roofers do all kinds of jobs in cities where there's no staging area whatsoever. They do it every day of the week. So they can do it. We know that. I'm sure that they would say they could. The question might be cost. But to me, I would say that an answer that I could get behind, for one more reason that I'll mention, would be the 7th Street site, the 6th and A site, with the 96-hour time limit, because I think that that is objectively reasonable. And I personally don't know that we need to have a third site. The judge didn't seem to indicate in the statement I read that we need a third site. I think that we have to have a site that's sites that are objectively reasonable. It's been explained to us with our lawyers in executive session why more than one site is necessary. It's kind of a technical thing, but okay, I can go with that. But I think those two sites for 96 hours, I think would be a reasonable place to go without impacting any further neighborhoods, because we know that is the last thing that any of us want to do. The last thing is impacting any neighborhoods. And that's kind of where I'm at on this tonight. The one other thing, the way I looked at this, and I think I told council this in the last week or two, if it was to be in a neighborhood somewhere, to satisfy my threshold for security would probably be 4 to 5 times or more what we're spending now. I tried to pin it down earlier tonight, asking the chief, what did the $2,600 buy us in security? And he seemed to say it would be a couple times a day of people going by or whatever it was. We found out on J Street that isn't close. It's not even close to enough. So I'm not going to put a place in a neighborhood unless we're spending 4 times that or 5 times that or 10 times that. And even still, it's not a managed site. That's just a monitored site. So that these guys, auxiliary police, can go by and let the police know something doesn't look right. That's still not very, very good coverage. But that's kind of where I am. I'm kind of on 96 hours for those 2 sites. Whatever we got to do with paving, we got to do, and whatever it costs to pave it, we got to pay it. And you know, that's just the way I'm looking at it. Whatever it costs to pave it, we do it. And those 2 sites, and I would say take that back to the judge, and I would hope to think that he would think that's objectively reasonable as well, based on the statement that he gave us 2 weeks ago in court.
Thanks, Rob. Joel had some comments?
Well, I agree with Rob, and I would add something. We need to look at that long-term solution. This is not the long-term solution, and Vine Street or whatever form it takes, that needs to be first and foremost on our agenda as we move forward. And yes, it's going to take a little more time because there's some property investment, not expense, and some coordination with nonprofits to make it a managed place. So whatever we do tonight, we need to add that to that, and everybody recognize that this is a chain of events. This isn't just a one-time shot and we're done, because that doesn't work.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Indra?
I do take my role seriously, Councilor Powell, and sometimes and take responsibility for my decisions, and sometimes responsibility means saying no. With that said, I think I maybe could go with A Street as long as it was walled off, not visible to people driving down 6th Street, because that is a main corridor where tourists and such go through, and we need to worry about economic growth, and I think it's such a bad location and eyesore. So as long as, not just the fence with the little awnings or whatever, fabric, whatever's on there, but a complete no-see from 6th Street would be a must for me.
Thank you, Indra. Looks like Victoria?
I think this might be a question for Aaron. With the 2 sites that Indra and Rob were speaking about, would there be a way in the resolution to add the option to pursue another site, and that would be the Vine Street? Could we, do you see that in the realm of possibility tonight? Thank you.
Certainly. I think adding Vine Street at this point in time is premature. The resolution is established to identify sites that are defensible and that are active. So if and when a new site comes up or you decide to change your sites, the wonderful thing about the way that we drafted our code in the first place is our time, place, and manner regulations are in code, which takes an ordinance to change, but the sites and the time are in resolution, so it's very quick to change, and you can do that relatively quickly. So at this time, it would not be recommended to add any sites except for those that you're actively engaged in having open.
So for clarity, this resolution is defining the available sites and the designated time period only. With the resolution and the way that Aaron has said that the ordinances are written, we can ever evolve it from that point. But right now on the dais, we are going to be choosing sites within this resolution and also defining the time period. Is there any further discussion? Indra?
I would just also like to add for the public that as City Manager Aaron Kubik said, we are in uncharted waters. Like no other city is having to do this or deal with these issues. So whatever we vote, we really don't know the outcome or how long or what's going to happen. So we have to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So I'll add a couple of words here before we ask for some action. So basically, it's within public record. It's written within this lawsuit that they're defending the Oregon State's law SB 3115. We are the first case to go through the judicial system. We are the test subject. So there is a lot of questions that I know all of you have, that the public has, that I have, that we can't answer until we go through this. So we're doing our best action to basically, I devolve it down to we're giving our legal counsel a good poker hand to go back and play poker with. So we're doing our best, but believe me, this council and everybody up here is working to get a long-term solution. This right now might be a little Band-Aid solution, but we're trying to navigate the waters as for they are put in front of us today. Going back to the point that the judicial system right now is arguing SB 3115. That is a state law, come from Salem. So you can yell and scream at us as much as you want, but your voice might have a better impact yelling towards Salem. Call your representatives, call your state officials, and see if you can, if they can change something. That's my only advice to you. With that, and I appreciate all of your guys' comments, and please be aware that, as most of these people said up here, we're all listening. So we're trying to do the best for you guys and everybody within our community, not just people that talk to us, everybody within our community. That's what we're trying to make a decision for. With that, I'm going to bring back to council. I'm going to call for some action. Rob.
I'll make a motion if it doesn't, unless people want to say something else, but we can also have discussion after the motion. So I'm going to make a motion that we choose the 6th and A, the 712 7th Street, if I got the address right, as places for resting with a 96-hour duration. And as far as how 6th Street is oriented, I would leave that up to the police chief for whatever is best for surveillance. And I also wouldn't necessarily, well, anyway, that's the motion. 6th and 7th for 96 hours is my motion.
So just to follow through with Councilor Pell's motion, his motion is amending the resolution in the packet to include two sites. That's the 6th and A Street and the 7th Street site, with the keeping the 96 hours resting.
Sorry, we have a motion on the table at this moment. Indra?
May I make a friendly amendment that the A Street site, and is it the full amount of the site, not just half? That's a question, but to clarify, but I would like to make a friendly amendment that it not be visible to people driving down 6th Street.
So the resolution on the table is just choosing the sites. We're not getting into the weeds and talking about anything else. We're actually just trying to choose the sites at this moment in time. Those discussions can come at a later time. The resolution on the table, as presented and as the motion on the table right now, is to just choose the sites and the time period.
So we'll vote on that later, or what?
So I think from that perspective, we understand the spirit of that. We can look at that. Safety is a major concern. I know economic impact and et cetera is also concerned, and trying to balance those things. But there needs to be, and the reason why the mayor is stating, really our resolution is for time and place, because it provides flexibility for us to move when it comes to trying to manage these unmanaged sites. So having things in there is not recommended, but we could look at fencing or not having visible that site. That does create some potential patrol issues, but we do have the opportunity to put a camera in there, and so we'll try to work with council to figure out what's best and what's best for the community to make that work. But the resolution, as the mayor mentioned, should only mention those two items.
And it goes back to the definition of SB 3115, reasonable and objective in time, place, and manner. We are dealing on tonight with time and place. Manner will be discussed at a later date. So we have a motion on the table right now to, for the resolution for 6th Street and 7th Street for 96 hours. That's just a simplified term. I don't have a second. Joel, second. Further discussion? Eric.
Two sites I'm all in favor for, but however, to be able to help out the lawyer, we need 3. And in order to make this this thing go away or take them out of, for us to be able to be effective, 3 is what we need, correct? Unless, is 2, do we have a chance for 2? Do we, I guess, I'm asking for
Asking for clarification.
Clarification, yes,
The
thank you.
sad truth is, I think everybody's going to tell you the answer. We're in uncharted waters and we don't know. Yes, at some point we were advised to shoot for 3 or greater. So you do have a resolution a motion on the table to approve a resolution for 2 sites with 96 hours.
So if we make it 2, then essentially what we're doing is we're kind of prolonging this to later on eventually agree to do 3, essentially, is what it comes down to. Is that what I'm getting?
I can't give you a straight answer, but that is an absolute possibility. Joel, Victoria, and then Rob. Joel first.
Yeah, I was just going to second what you said. We're out of control of that. That's negotiations, and actually it's not a discussion here in this session. So we just do what we think is objectively reasonable, and it's a point of time along the way, and if it's successful, it is, and if it's not, then we'll reconsider.
Thank you, Joel. Victoria, and then Rob.
I happen to agree with the motion that is put before us, but I think it is very important for the councilors to consider that everything will be out of our control if our temporary restraining order is moved into an injunction. And I thought that it was very clear with legal advice that we were given that we needed, I think the number might have been 4, but it was definitely 3 or more. And I think that it would be very detrimental to our community if this temporary temporary restraining order were turned into an injunction. That would be everything people are seeing right now for 2 to 3 years. So I think it's very important that we consider including 3 sites. And as I said, I'm saying that and also saying that I agree with the motion that is on the table. But I will be voting no on this, and I just wanted to state the reasons why.
Rob?
Okay, anyway, you agreed with it, but you're going to vote no. But I didn't follow that. I don't know if anybody else did either, but we can get back to that when we get down to voting. But, you know, to Eric's point, I was at, you know, the same executive sessions as he was, as we all were. We all heard what our lawyer said, and which is why, and I'm not actually going to get into great detail there, but we also tonight, for those who hadn't heard it before, heard exactly what the judge said. I read exactly what the judge said. What was it for him that triggered this? And it was, he felt it could be dangerous, or people could freeze to death, or whatever, handicapped people, if they were forced to move every day. That was the main point. We could give our lawyer a blank check, and I'm sure he could come back with, you know, releasing this restraining order. I really believe that the biggest problem here was how the actions of the council on January 7th affected the handicapped people. I really believe that was the biggest trigger, and that's, the judge basically said that. And, you know, we've got, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's transportation or air quality or FEMA floodplain stuff, we're always asking for, gee, why wouldn't Salem allow us to make our own decisions? And this law is written, it says objectively reasonable for different cities. I mean, the bottom line is, it was low single digits in temperature in Klamath and Baker City last week, where, you know, our friends in Yachats and Brookings were 40 degrees. So objectively reasonable how you'd handle a homeless situation would be a lot different in Yachats than it would in Brookings, you know? So we're deciding what, and that's the state law, is actually giving us the power that we've always wanted on every law. Gee, can they act, rather than coming down from Salem and saying you've got to do it a certain way, you're saying for your town what's objectively reasonable. The judge told us, and I'm taking him at his word, that the biggest problem that he had was the danger he thought was putting, we were putting the handicapped in danger by making him move every morning. We're more than satisfying what appeared to be his main concern with 96 hours at 2 sites. We're more than satisfying what I heard, or that's the meaning I got from what he said that day. You know, so to me, I'm just going by responding to what the judge said, literally. And I feel also, as a human, I feel okay in my heart about saying for 96 hours is reasonable, as much as this body is able to help those people. We're not set up for that. We're not triage, we're not hospitals, we're not Mint, and we're not, you know, U-Turn for Christ. As much as this body can do anything for those people, I feel 2 sites at 96 hours each is as much as this body needs to do, especially with those 2 sites being fully paved with handicap access, you know, facilities and all that stuff. I feel this body is, that's the most, it's more than objectively reasonable for us, for this body. There may be other medical people and others that can do more. That's not what we can do. I think it's objectively reasonable. I hope that the judge would agree. There's no guarantee, as Victoria said, there's no guarantee, but I would hope that the judge would view objectively reasonable in that way.
Rick? Yeah, you had a hand up, you wanted more discussion?
I'd just like to say I like Rob's motion. I feel it addresses the objective and reasonable for different reasons, such as it's close to town. It has transportation nearby. It's less impactful to the neighborhood. It's easier for law and order to observe it. We can include ADA servicing, and the 96 hours acknowledges the challenges of moving. Thank you.
Indra?
as much as I do not want those unmanaged sites, I do agree with Councilor Pell that I believe this does satisfy the objectively reasonable, and I think it provides the minimum impact to our residents, so I'm for this.
Joel?
Well, I'd just like to add, the law says objectively reasonable from the viewpoint of the unsheltered population. It doesn't say from the viewpoint of the city. That's the way the law is written.
And we can all agree that nobody's defined this thing yet, and we're test subject 1, and I appreciate all your guys' comments and trying to justify your decision. So is there any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table with a second. The motion reads to approve the resolution with defining 7th Street and 6th Street as the two properties with a 96-hour time limit. One last call for discussion. Roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
No.
Okay, so we have 6-1, resolution passes as amended to 7th Street and 6th Street for the properties with defined hours of 96. Okay, I need to take a second and get back into this. Now we're going to roll into the next item on the agenda, which is the appointments. Sorry, what was it?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend our time past 9 o'clock tonight.
I appreciate that, Rick. I was not even paying attention to the clock. So we have a motion on the dais to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock. Do we have a second?
I'll second it with a potty break.
Joel will second it with the condition that he gets a 5-minute potty break. Roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
here.
Joel?
Yes.
Yes.
Indra? Rob? Eric? Victoria? That's a unanimous. We'll go through. We'll take a 2-minute seconds here to recoup and use the restroom. Appreciate you guys.
I think it's something. Yeah, because that one guy got all his money into that business.
It's all, they're so close to the police station, they can monitor.
And this lady, I know what she's done. I've been through it myself.
It's a card game. It's a.
So we are at 9 o'clock right now, and we will reconvene at 9:05.
Yeah, it's a card game right now. Whose cards are showing and everything. What do you think of the little cards there? Huh? What do you think about the little cards?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to hand them out to everybody.
We're having fun yet, Jeff?
Yeah, we're having lots of fun. Just stepping stone in the right direction. I'm having 800 of those made right now. What? 800 of those cards made. Oh, wow. That's only like, that was like one package, 100 that I handed out. We start handing them out to everybody. We can't start advertising our event. And the old guards already said yes. The photographer said, "Are you going to be our security again?" I said, "Sure, why not?" That was fun. That was a fun day.
I was looking for that one lady.
I mean, I'm homeless and drugs. It's not homeless, it's drugs. Homeless, Mint is actually getting people in the homeless. They are. I had a guy yesterday, showed up at our business. He was in a wheelchair, and he begged my wife to call 911. And we we sent a picture to Tex, our new guy at Mint, and he goes, "We're getting him home tomorrow. He's on the list, but he's a really bad case. You know, he can't walk. He's got Alzheimer's." We called the cop. We called the ambulance. They showed up. He refused service. He refused service. And then he wanted to stay there, and my wife said, "I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave." And somebody showed up to take him. But Cassie's got a new guy running the show there called Tex, T-E-X, real nice guy. I've been, that whole interaction yesterday with all those guys doing drugs in our lot, he was right on top of it each time. He was. He literally, you know, they're going to start kicking people out if they catch them even thinking about doing drugs. You know, so, and yeah, I know, but she was taking them in because there's nothing else going on. So this is going to give them two sites. And you better keep it clean, and we'll go through the park. We'll go through the sites ourselves. We'll walk up with the park watch, clean up and piss them off, you know. It'll happen. Something will happen. What's that? They've been feeding them. They've been setting up food trays, right there in front of their place. The U-turn guys have been feeding them every day now. They set up a table every day for all the food for them right in that camp. No, but I have to say, even though I've had a bad experience with them, they gave good numbers when they did that roundtable. Mission and them don't take government money. They're doing it the right way, and they've got success rates, and they're proud of those numbers. And all the other ones, they don't want to give you numbers. They want to keep the money flowing, you know? Cassie called me right before the meeting. She goes, "There's a rumor going around that we were in the lawsuit for that, you know, this lawsuit thing." And they said, our board expressly said, "No, we don't want to be involved with the lawsuit." I talked to Murray and that other fellow, but Murray's no longer allowed to be in their group anymore. He's been ousted because of some of the stuff he was saying at the meetings here. The amount of people on drugs. Totally out. So he is out the picture, and I got to get the park watch people to stop bashing her with those two things of information. That they weren't involved in the lawsuit. They weren't. Sarah was, you know, and what's that? Yeah, the guy in charge of the emergency care. They're talking about the guy sat here and say,
Okay, we're going to call this thing back in. We got about 1 minute. Can everybody return to the dais and everybody sit and start to quiet down?
That many more because he's given them a bad reputation. And I told Cassie I would do my best to get the word back. She's trying, but she won't let anybody else. I'm actually her eyes at night. If I go by there and there's people there, I give her a quick text. She's down there an hour kicking them off the property. We're not allowed. There's a big sign. Nobody's supposed to be there. And she's backing me the 100%. And she knows on Thursday I go down to Medford, so she cleans our parking because I'm not there to clean it up. She cleans it down all the way down to the corner with all the trash the guys throw on Thursday because I'm not there to do it. I'm in Medford, so she's helping.
Right on. That's good.
I've only pushed 3 carts up there and put them in front of her building.
Yeah.
And she goes, "We're not allowed to have carts here." I said, "Yeah, but don't leave them in my place."
That's good, because I had a lot of respect.
And since that day I put those cameras in, I got all those videos, not one person.
Okay, 9:05, so let's get this thing rolling again.
Not one person's been caught.
If I can ask all counselors to return to their seats, all staff to return to their seats. And if I can ask the public to please return to your seats. Per fire code, we need cheeks and seats. Okay, so we're going to get this thing rolling again. It is 9:06 now. We have a motion to continue past 9 o'clock, so we're good. We're going to roll right into appointments. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 appointees for counselor position to represent Ward 3. Okay. So, counselors, you have a yellow preference sheet in front of you. If you would be so kind as to pick a preference and ship your form down to me. As soon as you fill out the preference sheet for counselor to represent Ward 3, please pass it down, and then Aaron and I will tally them and figure out, and then we will read a preference. If you guys just bear with me, I won't tell a joke or anything. I could tell you a dad joke, but it'll probably be bad. So I won't do that. Okay, so all 7 counselors had a preference sheet in front of them, and we have a strong preference for Seth Benham to be as the candidate for counselor for Ward 3. So I will bring it back to council for any discussion or action. Joel.
I don't want to cut discussion short, but it's getting kind of late. I was going to go ahead and nominate. Do people have something they want to say for discussion?
Sorry, you can make a nomination, and we can have discussion afterwards too. Just go right ahead.
So I nominate and make a motion to appoint Seth to that position.
Okay, so, yes, sorry, sir, Joel, I was to say that one motion one more time?
Okay, I have to do it twice. I make a motion to nominate Seth to the vacant position on the council.
And I appreciate that. And before I call for a second, I do have to clarify, actually, after tallying all the preferences up, we had a strong preference for Seth, but we did have one preference for Dwayne Lumpkin too, as well. So your motion is still on the table for Seth Benham. Is there a second? Second. Victoria? So at this point, you have a motion to vote on one candidate, Seth Boehm. Is there any other motions or? Go ahead, Indra.
I thought we were doing nominations and then not
Yes, you can have
motion,
multiple nominations at this point.
But he did a motion.
To what?
Yes.
Motion.
So the way it works, if you're doing nominations, if you want to do it the way we discussed, you did mention you were going to do nominations, you would need to withdraw your motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion and then I'll nominate Seth to the vacant position on the Grants Pass City Council.
And then the mayor would ask if there's any other nominations on the floor.
Thank you for the clarification, Aaron. Is there any other nominations on the floor?
I would nominate Dwayne Lumpkin.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so we have 2 nominations on the floor, Seth and Dwayne, for counselor position to represent Ward 3. Any further discussion? Indra.
Councilors and Mayor, I just would like to say, as we approach this critical decision of who will represent Ward 3, we face it's not just about the policies, but also about the values that will guide our community into the future. While I appreciate all the candidates who applied to fill this position, one person stands out to me among the rest. Voting for Dwayne Lumpkin means selecting a leader who believes in limited government, fiscal responsibility, and a commitment to the values that have made our city strong. Mr. Lumpkin prioritizes personal freedoms, the safety of our neighborhoods, and responsible budgeting that ensures sustainable growth for our city. He understands that local government's role is to empower citizens, not overburden them with unnecessary rules and regulations. And by voting for Mr. Lumpkin, you're choosing a leader who will stand firm in protecting our community, supporting law enforcement, and ensuring that tax dollars are spent wisely. Choosing a candidate who has spent over 25 years of his adult life living and working in Grants Pass has many advantages. He comes with new ideas and an outside-the-box approach. Mr. Lumpkin is less likely to be bogged down by the status quo and can offer innovative solutions to longstanding issues. Mr. Lumpkin will be more accountable to his constituents because he isn't tied to traditional party politics or established networks. He will prioritize the needs of the people for whom he serves. Mr. Lumpkin is driven to challenge bureaucracy and the entrenched interests that can hold back progress. His focus is on reducing government overreach, making local government more transparent, and fighting for real reform. He can bring significant reforms in areas of taxation, planning and development, and economic growth. He will be a catalyst for the change needed to shake up outdated systems that no longer serve the community. I am fully convinced that Dwayne Lumpkin can inject energy into the City Council and help create an environment that breaks free from complacency and creates a government that is truly for the people. He will be a great representative if elected for the residents and businesses in Ward 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Indra. Joel?
So I'd just like to commend Indra for what she just said. There were, this was a great selection pool. It's not, there were a lot of people that were qualified. I think of Nancy Lester. I don't know if you know her or not, but she's very well qualified. And so this is not a statement on those people that may not make the votes tonight, because they are very, very good people and they're very valuable members of our community, and we recognize them as such. Regardless, again, the reality is we can only pick one person.
Thank you, Joel. Any further discussion? Victoria?
I just wanted to clarify how we go forward from here. Can a motion be made now?
No, we're going to go into a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you.
As we decided earlier. With any other further discussion? Okay. Total transparency, I'm not voting for these candidates, but I do want to state that I did have a long coffee conversation with Dwayne. And yeah, I would definitely like to advocate for this gentleman. He seems to have very, very strong ties with the community. He has longevity in the community. And not to say name drop or anything, but the people that he told me that he was involved with, it just seems like he was very embedded with the community and would be a great representative of this community. So again, I'm not voting. I just like to throw a little advocation towards that gentleman. At this point, if there's no further discussion, we'll go through a roll call vote. And basically, we'll start with the first candidate, and then, actually, no. I'm going to call you, Counselor, and you tell me who you're going to vote for. Understand?
And the choice of voting, or
You have two candidates on the table.
which are?
Seth Benman, sorry, if I pronounced your name wrong, apologize, and Dwayne Lumpkin.
Okay, I vote for Seth Benman.
Okay.
I vote for Seth Bedman.
Okay. Joel?
I'll vote for Seth, and the other, Dwayne is very well qualified, so Dwayne, keep in touch.
Indra?
Dwayne Lumpkin.
Rob?
Seth Benman.
Eric?
Seth Benham.
Victoria?
Seth Benham.
Okay, the vote tallies out with 6 for Seth and 1 for Dwayne. Seth Benman has been nominated to represent counselor position for Ward 3. Thank you. We currently have 2 positions open for the... So just for clarification at this point, since the voting was was strongly for Seth, could I call for a motion to nominate him as counselor for Ward 3? Kathleen?
I nominate Seth Benham for Ward 3 counselor.
The second from Victoria. Quick roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Motion passed. So now we're going to go into Budget Committee. We have 2 openings for Budget Committee. You have a green preference sheet and a purple preference sheet. Please pick one person on each color and pass it down for your preference. We are appointing 2 positions.
So the way we've got this set up is everyone grab your green one first. Vote for one, we'll tally that, then we'll do a second vote for the second person and on the purple.
Thanks for the clarification, Aaron. I got that mixed up. Okay, so we have 2 open positions for the Budget Committee. We're going to appoint 1 at this moment in time, and then we will come back and do the same for the second. Looks like we have a strong preference for Edgar Pelfrey, with also preference for Christina Slagle and Tom Bradbeer. Christina got 2 preferentials, and Tom got 2 preferentials, with Edgar Pelfrey getting 3 preferentials. So at this point, I bring it back to the council for action. Or Joel?
Is this for action or for discussion?
I would say let's call for action first, and we can discuss after.
So I got to think about that. We got 3 candidates with the vote split. Okay, let me think.
So I'd call for nominations at this point, and then we can go into discussion and advocation. Indra?
I nominate Christina Schlegel.
Anybody else? Rob?
I nominate Tom Bradbeer.
Anyone else? Victoria?
I nominate Edgar Pelfrey.
Okay. Discussion. Joel?
So I'm going to be a little hard on Mike, but he's tough. I called Mike last night and I said, you know, Mike, you're a very talented individual, and I could support you on the Budget Committee, and I will. On the other hand, we have a very polarized community, and I'll try to make this short. We got people here in this audience that have had their children affected by the unsheltered issue on both sides. And they're very passionate, and they've lost children due to it. And they've never talked to each other. They just yell at each other. They put things on Facebook. They don't let new counselors come to the meetings with the lawyers so they can understand the issues before they have to make a decision. We've had people at the dais say, these aren't my people, and it's probably 40% of the people that the grants pass. We've had people say that Christians don't count. We've had people say that...
Hey, Joel, you got a point here?
So let me finish. We need to get back to one-on-one sense of community where if I have a difference with you, I call you and I listen to you and I talk to you. This polarization's got to stop. And so Mike, I view as a step in that direction because he has the power to do that and bring this community together. And I expect that of you, Mike. And that we stop this other nonsense where we communicate by lawsuits. What a horrible way to communicate, by lawsuits. So I'm looking for a transformation is what I'm looking for.
Thanks for bringing that full circle, Joel. I just didn't know how far out you were going. Apologize. Victoria?
I just wanted to clarify that the person that is chosen in this round is just taken off the next round and all people are in the next round.
Correct.
Thank you.
We have 2 positions to fill, and we have a lot of people that
I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure if
Thank you.
everybody understood that.
Anybody else? Okay, so in spirit of being very fast here, so let's go down the list here. Votes for Tom Bradbeard. Rick?
Yes.
Kathleen?
No.
Indra? Oh, sorry, Joel.
I'll save him for the second round. No.
Okay, Indra?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Victoria?
No.
Okay. Edgar? Pelfrey? Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Indra?
Yes.
Joel? Yes.
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 Okay, so unless my math is wrong, we got people voting for 2 different people. You can only vote for 1 person.
Was that me?
I'm not sure. I got a tally. I got the tallies all mixed up, so we're going to have to do this one more time.
Okay.
This is to choose 1 person. We're going to go through the list of nominees. I'm going to ask you if you're going to vote yay or nay. Please only vote yay once. Understand? Okay, Rick, for voting for Tom Bradbeer. Rick? Yes or no?
Yes.
Kathleen?
No.
Joel?
No.
Indra?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Victoria?
No.
An easier way to do this potentially is you've had the nominations, you've got 3 nominations on the floor. Council then someone chooses a motion to champion one of the individuals. If they pass by a majority, they pass by a majority. If not, then you move on to one of the other candidates and you bring their name up.
Because we are kind of confusing this a little bit. I know the spirit of this is to be completely transparent to the public. So at this point, I think it's simpler if you have 3 candidates that have been nominated. If somebody champions a motion to one of them, your preference ended up being more of a preference for Edgar Pelfrey than the other 2 candidates, to be totally transparent. Rick?
So you just did a tally, and we know what the tally is. Mike, is it possible to follow that tally with a motion for the person with the most votes as an official motion, and then take a confirming?
Yeah, Exactly, I think that's what we're taking. If you want to take the preference sheets as your tally, again, our previous discussion was to make sure that the council was being 100% transparent to the public. And, you know, I might have messed this thing up, but I'm just trying to be simple here. So we have a preferential sheet tally. We had 2 preferences for Tom Bradbeer. We have 3 preferences for Edgar Pelfrey. We have 2 preferences for Christina Schlegel. And I apologize if I got the name wrong. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to nominate one person, then we can vote on it.
I motion to nominate Edgar Pelfrey to Budget Committee.
With a second from Eric. So we have a nomination that goes aligned with the amount of preference towards Edgar Pelfrey. With a second, roll call vote to pass the motion, which, Rick?
Yes.
Yes.
Kathleen, Joel?
Yes.
Yes.
Indra, Rob?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Okay. So nomination to appoint Edgar Pelfrey to the Budget Committee has passed 5-1. Motion passes. 6-1, sorry. My math is bad there too. Okay, so you have a secondary preference sheet, purple. You have one more person to nominate. Edgar Pelfrey will be taken off the list because he's already nominated, so please fill out your preference sheet and pass it down. Okay, for the last committee member for the Budget Committee, we have a high preference for Christina Schlegel and a preference for Tom Bradbeer. We have 3 that would prefer Tom Bradbeer, and we have 4 that would prefer Christian Schlegel. So I would be looking for discussion and/or motion.
I'll make a motion for Christina Schlegel.
Okay, we have a motion to nominate Christina Schlegel and a second. Further discussion? Joel?
So I like Christine. I think she's very well qualified to serve. The one thing that makes me hesitate on your appointment would be the family circle interacting with the political circle. And I think that can be a tough balancing act. Plus can always raises suspicion in the public arena, even when there's no reason for it. I'm going to vote no, hopefully to save your family some grief and go from there. But I respect who you are and what you do unconditionally.
Any further discussion? Eric? And then Joel, and then Rick, sorry.
Obviously, full disclosure, that's my wife, and I voted for her, so that's all I have to say.
I think Christine is very capable, and I think she would be good on here, but also Tom Bradbeer brings a lot of experience being on the Budget Committee previously. He understands the financials. So at some point, it's when you have 2 capable people, sometimes it's difficult to choose who you want to choose, but thank you.
Any other discussion? Rob?
Yeah, council obviously can put whatever butts in the seat they want for this, and it's good if there's some experience and skills associated with those butts that are in the seat, and we know that Tom has got it, top, down, sideways, in every which way. He knows what he's doing. He explains things really well. He's a really good educator. He's helped explain things to me on many occasions, and he could actually explain things to these new counselors who've never been through a budget process. They really have no idea what they're even asking these people to do, quite frankly. And Tom is really good at explaining, and he's a really good teacher, and he's very experienced. And like I say, that's what I want attached to the butt that's in the seat that I'm voting for, and he's got it.
Any other discussion? Full transparency, I'm not voting on this, but I can advocate for Tom Bradbeer. I've actually served with him as I was a counselor, and he was on a budget committee previously, and he is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to budget. So I definitely can advocate for his experience. No discredit to anybody else, and I'm not, full disclosure, I'm not voting on this. With that, let's bring it back. You have a nomination for Christina Slagle, and we'll do a roll call vote. Rick?
No?
Yes.
Kathleen? Joel?
No.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
So we got 4 yes and 3 no. So motion passes. Christine Slagle will be appointed as a second committee member to the Budget Committee. That concludes our appointments, and we are going to roll into public comment portion of the night. This is an opportunity for the public to address the City Council on its items not related to a public hearing or council action item for the council. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the council as a body, not to individual council members. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, and other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have any questions regarding any government-provided services or current city policies, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt, to resolve that matter. We have a number of cards here, and I'm just going to go down the list. These are no particular order. This is the order they were handed to me. So, Catherine? Catherine Matha? Nope, not here. Okay. And I apologize if I butchered your last name. Brian Robertson? Brian, if you come up to the podium, make sure the red light's on the thing, and again, state your name and go for it. Please, thank you.
Byron Robertson, Josephine County citizen. I just wanted to bring up some things. You guys have so many topics to cover, and truly I appreciate all your hard work. But I kind of witness these meetings and see how, and the reason why some things just take so long to get done. My concern is we have a huge housing shortage, and we have projects ready to go. Projects that have been in the planning department for months, some years, that are still waiting for get approval. There's an apartment complex is hopefully going to break ground here in the next month. It's been in your guys' system since 21 with over and over reviews. I'm not sure why it takes so long. And then right when they're about ready to break ground, there's another change last minute. You have 2 subdivisions that a local organization, Home Bridging, has had ready to go for months. The funding's there. The ball just keeps being dragged through the mud. I'm not sure why they don't get approval faster. They're ready to go. We have people who are ready to develop and put people in houses here. And we take forever. Our process of getting things approved, whether it's planning, building, public works, it takes longer, I think, in Grants Pass than any other city. I've talked to developers that develop in every city in Oregon. We are the slowest and the most, at times, difficult to work with. I don't understand why we can't do that. Last year in Josephine County assessor stat, 44 houses were put on the tax rolls. That's it. 11 of them were by Home Bridging. So one organization puts 25% of new houses back on our tax rolls. We can only build 44 in 1 year. Something's got to change. Something's got to be streamlined. We got to be more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Weldon? All right. Dale, step up, state your name and go for it.
Dell Aldridge, City of Grants Pass. We did a rally last week, spearheaded by Dave here, and it was not against you. We used the signs that we used to use against the old city council, but it was over here by the courthouse, and it was wanting to get the judge to hear all the honking and make some ruckus. While we're doing the rally, we had a couple of homeless people come up and held signs with us. You know, at first they were really mad. One guy walked up and he said, "Yeah, I'm in the lawsuit. My lawyer told me I'm going to own this town. I'm going to get a big payday." Just want you to know that. He was really open to telling us that while he was down getting some food, getting on the bus to head back to where he's at. But it was just kind of disheartening that the lawyers are trying to get money from you. And I know that's the way lawyers are. They are out to make money. Your decision earlier was great. That's perfect. You know, you got to keep your cards straight. A couple of issues is we had a video that we took all this stuff we collected from the parks from May to December 1st. And December 1st, we pretty much cleared the parks. We literally were going to parks and not finding a piece of foil maybe, and that's nothing compared to what we used to find. One of the parks, Baker, we cleaned 3 times. We cleaned it up after they left. We went back and started digging where we found stuff and found more. And we went back a 3rd time after the flood and still found needles and caps and foils and broken crack pipes. Just amazing. But this video has gone viral. It's up to 17.6 thousand views on one page alone with 60 shares. And I tried to send it to you, but I don't think you were able to open it. If you weren't, let me know, and I'd be glad to try to get it to you somehow. But the cleanups will work, and we will be back to cleaning them again. Couple of things that I really get upset was when I go home at night, I try to relax and watch a little news. And the other night, I watched Channel 12 blast a picture. Oh, from Tap Rock, look at our beautiful Grants Pass with all the homeless that's on the news, in the media. Not good.
Thanks, Dale. Okay. Bob? Where's he at? Not here? He left. He left, okay. I apologize, your handwriting's not so great. Is it Jeremy Ford? Step up, bud. Sorry to ridicule your handwriting. It's my eyes are bad too.
It's my shorthand.
Go ahead, sir.
My name's Jeremy Ford. I'm with U-Turn for Christ. I'm one of the counselors, and I wanted to speak in advocacy of Vine Street being a long-term solution. Council members, Mr. Mayor, city officials, Grant Pass stands at a critical juncture. Recent legal challenges, including a lawsuit filed by Disability Rights Oregon, have resulted in a temporary restraining order halting the enforcement of our camping ordinances. This legal landscape underscores the urgent need for proactive solutions to address homelessness effectively and humanely. The Vine Street property emerges as a strategic choice for establishing a stabilization center. Its existing infrastructure is well suited for immediate adaptation, and its location on the county line facilitates shared resources and regional collaboration. This site offers a practical and timely opportunity to create a centralized hub for comprehensive support services. Our community has demonstrated remarkable unity and momentum towards this initiative. Nonprofits, faith-based organizations, medical providers, and service groups have all pledged their support. Collaborations with entities like the Humane Society ensure that individuals experiencing homelessness can access services without abandoning their pets. Additionally, partnerships with modular housing services promise scalable and efficient housing solutions. Let's be honest, some people involved in this fight don't actually want to see homelessness solved. Certain nonprofits depend on the crisis to justify their funding, meaning their existence relies on homelessness continuing rather than ending. That is not why I'm here. Our goal is to solve this problem, not sustain it. U-Turn for Christ will continue its mission of addiction recovery and discipleship regardless of whether this crisis exists. We are uniquely positioned to help Grants Pass move forward because our efforts aren't driven by financial incentives. They are focused on the city's future. Unlike many organizations, we do not receive any federal funding. Our priority is to ensure that this initiative does not place a financial burden on the community. Implementing the Built for Zero initiative in Grants Pass offers a data-driven framework proven to reduce homelessness in the communities nationwide by focusing on real-time data and coordinating efforts, we can achieve measurable reduction in homeless and work towards the goal of function zero. I'm out of time, but I had more.
Thank you, sir. Donna Wall? Donna, oh, there we are. Step up and restate your name, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Donna Wall, and I'm the founder of Compassion in Action and the director of Dove Ministries. I understand the difficult situation that the city is facing, particularly with the ongoing lawsuit and the urgent need to find a suitable location for those experiencing homelessness. I'm here tonight to offer our support and discuss how Dove Ministries can be a valuable partner in navigating these challenges and how we can align with community efforts like possibly Built for Zero. We recognize the pressure you're under to find a solution that meets legal requirements of addressing the very real needs of the homeless population, not just a place for them to exist, but about providing pathways to stability and recovery. The Bridge of Hope has been our response to addressing this very real issue. It's a project of compassion and action operating through Dove Ministries and provides comprehensive support. We offer everything from shelter at the Dove House and a vision of a sober campground to counseling, peer support, and prayer ministry, weekly community meals, and outreach events. We have been doing this since 2019 and have helped many individuals get their lives back on track. We understand the city can't do everything alone, and neither can we. That's why partnerships are the very heart of the Bridge of Hope and Dove Ministries. We collaborate with organizations like Southern Oregon Pathways for trauma-informed substance abuse counseling, St. Vincent de Paul's, Mint, and several of our local churches. Bridge of Hope is a collaboration of community partners, churches, and individuals. We understand that addressing homelessness is a complex issue, and it's one we won't tackle alone. The Dove Ministries is committed to working side by side with the community to build a better Grants Pass where everyone has a safe and stable place to call home. Thank you for your time. And we receive no government funding.
Thank you. Brenda?
Brenda Sisson, County. I think Grants Pass is a very beautiful town, and all the flowers and the statues are really nice, but it's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig. Because when you look past that and you look at the storefronts on their awnings, they're filthy. When you look around the sidewalk and around the doors and stuff, or around the gutters, it's filthy. I propose that Grants Pass has a clean day or a clean month, more like a month. Like maybe for May, March, April, May. And I know how you people, council, can go at lightning speed when you want to. You can actually make a decision and make things happen like that. And it's not very much time before June, July, and August, which is the time that we make the best money during the summertime. So I propose that we have a cleanup month and get this town looking pretty sparkly, because it's looking pretty drab and ugly, and there's parts of it that actually smell stinky. And if we take pride in our city, perhaps the other thing too, is this is something that the homeless can participate in, and by people who are actually on the streets, helping scrub streets and sand the, those blowers, wear armbands to distinguish who's legitimately on the street helping, power washers. I saw a poster of a power washer. Put them to work. Get the sidewalks nice and sparkle.
Thanks, Brenda. Mike Slotemaker? Mike not here anymore? Okay. Mr. Pelfrey?
Mike Pelfrey, city resident. First of all, I would like to say that everything that the gentleman from U-Turn for Christ, I agree with 1,000%. couple of weeks back when you guys hosted an event here where we had the nonprofits. U-Turn was on the end. Gospel Rescue Mission was on the end. Everything in the middle between those two are participants of the homeless industrial complex. Here's what really angers me. We have Mint. Now, I think Mint is a good organization, but they have a doctor on their board of directors, and they also have a doctor that supposedly goes out, and he's come up here in front of you guys many times. I believe his name is Dr. Murray, and he whined about the conditions at J Street and the different parks and the fact that, you know, these people were dying and they're homeless, and, you know, if we don't do something, they're going to die. So my question is this: what kind of doctor actually leaves these people in those conditions? Isn't that going against the oath that is a doctor? I mean, I don't understand how a doctor recognized the fact that these folks were in such dire conditions, and yet he was able to just walk away and leave them there, but yet he had time to come up here and whine about it. So that brings me to the fact that, you know, these nonprofits that continue to ask for money, and they have these folks sitting out here, and again, the doctor is saying the conditions are terrible. They leave them there. Do you know how many empty motel rooms we have in the city of Grants Pass? We have a lot of them. Why is it that Mint and these other nonprofits, if they really cared about these folks, couldn't they have mustered their donations and maybe ponied up for a room or two for some of the disabled? I think that's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. David Dapper?
Thank you. David Dapper, city resident, and thank you for your decisions you made tonight. I think that was awesome. And please, if you put some rules and enforce them for the sake of those inside and outside of the camp both, enforce the rules, it'll be safer for everybody, and especially the vulnerable that are in the camps. And also, there are some people I've heard speak that are a lot more equipped.
Excuse me, David. Sorry, 1 second. Can you guys give these guys a little respect and thanks?
A lot of people I've heard know a lot more and are a lot more equipped to help with this problem than the city, and me for sure. And I think it would be wise to rely on them in the future endeavor you're throwing around and thinking about. I think they'd be perfectly qualified to help the city run it a lot better than the city would. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Rochelle Hamilton? Okay, thank you. Brad, come on up, buddy. Can't get me. Nope, I know.
Brad Converse, City of Grants Pass. I'll talk on behalf of the YMCA. So picture it's not winter outside. It's about 80 degrees. You're sitting by the pool. Kids are playing. Talking about the caveman pool. There's toys in the water. There's maybe some furniture on the side. There's a barbecue going. There's a food truck. There's a movie that's going to be starting as soon as the sun gets a little lower. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we are looking forward to continue. The pool's been in operation since the 50s, and we go every single year. The relationship is one where the Y operates it, so the city is the one to kind of maintain it and make sure the infrastructure is there, and then the Y operates it, and then we do a split. I bet it's a 60-40 split. No one really makes a whole lot of money on it, but it's a service to the community. And so all I'm asking for is, as you guys are going into the budget season, I wouldn't want to lose this. We've had it for so long, and it leaks. It has problems. It needs, it was one of those things where you give a moose a muffin, you talk about, oh, we should fix it a little bit. Well, if we're going to fix it a little bit, we should add a roof. If we add a roof, we should move it. And before long, you're spending $50 million. Let's not do that again. But let's talk about spending. It's going to need some work. So get some quotes. There's some from a few years ago for repairing it. Let's have this last another 30, 40 years. We do a little bit of plumbing stuff inside. just consider that when you're doing the budget process. Don't, let's not lose this wonderful, wonderful resource, and so many kids use it. It is, I mean, it's close enough, a lot of kids bike there, and we've got a lot of fun stuff planned, so, definitely encourage you all to bring your families out. We would love to start as soon as possible, so as soon as you guys are going to be talking about the Caveman Pool, please invite me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron, Lee?
How you doing? Ron Lee, Grants Pass community member. So our city slogan is "It's the climate," and that's pretty spot on. But as you know, man-made climate change has visited us in the form of homelessness and state-enabled drug use. Now, I believe everybody absolutely deserves to have somewhere safe to live, and this includes the tax-paying citizens. But as long as the homeless issue continues unabated, no one's truly going to be safe. We need a long-term solution. Last year, local private industry, spearheaded by utility manufacturing, got together to make something happen. We found a property, we created products, we formulated a plan that would offer a path out of homelessness for those experiencing it. At the time, the idea was shot down by the city. Now, with this council's interest in the Vine Street property, the concept's back. This would give the unhoused a singular place where they can find the services they need, from staying in a safe space to medical and dental treatments to drug rehab and veteran services, all the while participating in something that could ultimately result in outside housing placement. The Vine Street property concept is not a Band-Aid fix. It's a comprehensive plan that addresses all the issues and protects those on both sides of this problem. I strongly support the city's procurement of the Vine Street property and moving forward with its plan to help the unhoused. It treats people with dignity, it offers them a way out, and it protects all of us. It brings a climate of hope to a problem that has thus far been pretty hopeless. And that's the climate I want for our city. Thank you.
Hey, Ron, I have a question.
Yeah.
When you say your plan was proposed and shot down by the city, so I was on the city council and I never heard the plan. Can you be more specific?
It never came in front of the council.
Pardon me?
It never came in front of the council.
Okay.
We took it to city management.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, that concludes our public comment portion of the night. Thank you for addressing. Sorry, if you didn't bring up a blue card, we're not leaving it open. It's not a free
have a pretty
call.
important thing to correct a mistake that you made about mint that I would like to say. I wasn't going to speak about it.
Public comment is closed. If you didn't put it,
Yeah.
it's not a give or take
Mint's
section here.
not
Apologize.
closing. You're wrong. Respectfully, I'd like to correct that.
You can address the city manager later if you so desire. Okay, we have a consent agenda next. So can we post that? Thank you. Okay, we don't have any start items on the consent agenda, so I would be looking for a motion from, sorry, Joel?
Well, I was wondering, we didn't know what the outcome was of our earlier discussion, and it might affect one of the, and Aaron knows which one, on the consent agenda, the contract with the roofing contractor, and what the earlier decision would have on that, and this decision here, if any.
I would go ahead and move forward with the consent calendar, and we'll work through that. I think it's I wouldn't pull it or delay that, and I don't think there's a reason for that.
I was just going to say the same exact thing.
Yeah.
We'll work it out with
We'll
the
work it out.
contractor, and if it's going to be some exorbitant, we'll be back in front of you, but we'll work it out with the contractor. I would recommend moving forward.
So what I hear you saying is we're going to go ahead and sign the contract with the previous notification that it was available, and then as we implement the earlier decision tonight that may not make it available or half of it available or whatever, then the contracting officer or representative will work through that with a signed contract, whereas right now we don't have a signed contract. Is that,
Correct. Yeah,
did I hear you that correct?
We're actually, until we have a signed contract, not in a position to really negotiate. We have a low
Right.
bid, but we don't have a signed contract. So once we
Right.
have that authorization, I'm sure we can work something out with the contractor, but hearing the direction tonight, A Street sounds like resting site. We will work with the contractor to
Okay.
either minimize entirely, or we will relocate him to a different location.
Right,
We'll find a way.
And I trust you, and I understand that's going to happen. And the other option would be to re-advertise it with that not being part of it.
I really would recommend against that at this
Okay.
juncture. We had two prices. They were, I'm not going to say $1 million, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars of
Sure.
difference. This contractor gave us a very competitive price, and we have looked at their work. We're very confident in their ability to do the job, which is why we're strongly recommending that we move forward.
So we won't have an appeal then by the second bidder on changed conditions?
The second, it wouldn't change for the second bidder at all. If we do have a change, it would not exceed the second bidder. Let me rephrase that. So he would not have a claim because it would not be that great.
Okay. I'm just a little leery about that.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, with that clarification on the table, I'm looking for a motion to you can make a motion to pass it. We're displaying it on there. I don't really want to take the time to read it all through there, so.
I motion to pass the consent agenda as written.
And we got a second from Eric. So we have a motion to pass the consent agenda as it reads in the, as it reads on the screen with a second. And we lost, there we go. Okay, roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Yes.
Kathleen? Rick?
Yes.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes. At this point, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn the city council meeting and convene urban renewal agency meeting.
I motion to adjourn and move into urban renewal.
Do we got a second? Kathleen, thank you. Roll call vote for adjourning the meeting and going into urban renewal agency. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob? Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Kathleen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
All right, we will adjourn the city council meeting and reconvene as urban renewal agency. We have a board action on the table, resolution awarding Greenfield RV Resort at Grants Pass LLC an urban renewal agency grant for system development charges on property located at 420 Northeast Greenfield Road with presentation by Brad.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so this is a request for a grant through the Urban Renewal Agency. This is one of the eligible types of projects that people can bring grants for to the agency. There's $250,000 that have been designated in the current fiscal year that is allocated just for grants, and so this is through that program. Specifically, this would be a grant in the amount of up to 25% of the total cost of the system development charges, not to exceed $50,000, and this relates to the Greenfield RV Resort on the property at 420 Northeast Greenfield Road. Relates to your goal for encouraging economic opportunity. So this is a property right at the I-5 exit entrance, 52, I guess. It was previously used as a single-family residence. There's a historic home on it. It used to have an apple orchard. The property kind of went into disarray for a number of years, sat empty. It was purchased by the current owner about 4 years ago. And the house and the outbuildings were renovated and are currently being occupied by the project owner. So it does consist of two fairly large parcels. They're both general commercial. The redevelopment of the parcel for an RV park was for that commercial zone a good and allowable use. They are proposing 118 space RV park located on the 13.7 acres. That's both parcels combined. There's 78 spaces in phase 1, 40 spaces in phase 2, and they have intended to target travelers and tourists, of course. They have already come through the Planning Commission with a site plan. They were approved for that quite a while ago, and so they've been under construction now for a while. If you happen to be driving by and look over to the right-hand side when you're heading north, you can probably see some of the construction activity that's happening out there. So here is the property. I-5 is on the bottom of the screen. The triangle here on the bottom is the majority of the historic house and outbuildings, and then most of this northern is where the apple orchard was and where the majority of the RV spaces would be located. So here is the site plan that the city has approved on this site. You can see there's a entrance off of Greenfield Road here in the southern portion of the project. And then the development. There is some wetlands on the project. They have worked through the state and the Army Corps on that project. Here's just some images. You can see some of the work that's been done there on the right side, and some of the grading work and the historic home there in the upper left. And then, as I mentioned, quite a bit of work has been done to date on the permit. You can see some of the work there in terms of fill and prepping for the roadways. So the question before you in terms of whether to grant URA money for the project, one of the important things is, does it meet the objectives of the adopted plan? There are a couple of them that staff identified for you. Goal 3, the redevelopment development. Objective 4 under that does say to redevelop or remove underdeveloped and or blighted properties in the URA. If you look at it as commercial property and ask, is that underdeveloped, it would be, because the vast majority of it was not developed as commercial use, and they're proposing to put it into a commercial use. Secondly, Project 13, underdeveloped land. Some of the objectives in the plan there are higher and better use for current zoning, and then installing public infrastructure. The majority of that property, of course, is private, but they are installing some public infrastructure along Greenfield Road, making improvements there in front of in the front of the property. So it's late. I didn't check, but I think Justin Gerlitz, who is representing the property, is online. He prepared this breakdown here in terms of the funding. So I think I'll leave that for him. I've just got a couple more slides, but you can see on the top there some of the amenities that they are proposing. From 118 RV spaces, they have several storage units, 4 bathroom and laundry structures that are going to be constructed, dog park area, pool, pickleball courts. So it's a fairly substantial project as RV parks go. And as I mentioned, Justin can speak more to the private investment that's happening out there to kind of help you understand the leveraging that can happen with the URA money. In terms of the URA itself, the grant opportunities are listed there at the bottom. As I mentioned, we have budgeted $250,000 this fiscal year for these types of grants. We have awarded just over $104,000. We have about $145,000, just short of $146,000 remaining. This grant request could potentially use up to $50,000. That would be the maximum amount that they could come in for as the rules are currently worded. And that would leave about just under $96,000 if you approve this tonight. There at the top, you can see that they're looking at approximately $4.5 million for this investment. The SDCs for just phase one came in about $348,000. So 25% of that, you can see they would easily tap out the $50,000 maximum. So the call to action is tonight. It's at your discretion. After reviewing the materials, speaking with the applicant, staff does have a recommendation to approve the resolution before you, but you have the alternatives there to modify or deny, and then there is a motion. So I can take any questions, and/or we do have Justin on the line.
We have questions. Kathleen.
Yeah, Brad, I'd like to know how much of the infrastructure was done by the city and for how much?
So the city has not put any of its own money into the project. It's a 100% private project. Was that what you meant? Yeah. Yeah, the way these work, so the developer installs the improvements along the public street as a part of the requirement to meet, the rules that we have in place. But then those are done to specs and to standards that are published ahead of time, and we have inspectors that work with the contractors on those projects. But in terms of the city using city money to make those improvements, we don't have any, unless Jason is aware of any other matches or something on this project.
I was going to say, Justin will probably have to correct me, but I believe we did have some money because there is a public sewer line that crosses the property. And I believe we did some work. I see Byron shaking his hand back there, that we did contribute some funds.
Okay, so in this project, it sounds like we do have a little bit.
Rick and then Indra.
So I know that area, I would say it's been neglected, but it's not been really served by a lot of city services. So they had to do substantial work for both storm drainage and water, because you mentioned sewer was already coming through there.
Right. Well, there's really all of the infrastructure requirements that are there, including storm drainage, electrical, the water. Yeah.
Because basically that was all county, and then it came in the city, so there were really no services, utility services there previously.
Correct. There was a well on the property, to serve the house, but in terms of the new development and for the RVs, that's being hooked up to municipal water.
Okay, thank you.
And then Indra.
So I don't know if this is typical. This project is well underway. Is it typical to get these requests when the projects, they're going to complete this regardless of whether they get the money, I'm sure, or not, but is this typical that we would get it well into the project where they're going forward anyway because they can afford it?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, Counselor. We do not approve any grants for projects that have been completed. The SDCs often don't get calculated. Well, they don't get calculated until somebody comes in for a building permit. We can do some rough estimates, but until we actually receive a permit across the front counter, that's when we calculate the system development charges. So system development charge grants tend to align quite closely with the timing of a project, unlike maybe a facade improvement or another type of project that the URA might fund, which you might see a little bit, more separation between when the permit is. So the applicant has been in discussions with the URA for well over a year in terms of expressing his intent to come to the URA for a funding request. So the submittal of the application we knew about, and we've had a number of conversations with Barry. But the application itself, just came in once they knew what those SDC costs were.
Oh, so am I correct in saying then that it's not hooked up and the SDC charges are not paid or anything?
That's correct, yeah. And the way that these work, just to be clear about it, is that the applicant pays the full amount, and then there is essentially a reimbursement that happens for the amount that is authorized by the council, or in this case, by the board.
So they've already paid the full amount? Is that
So
what you're
yeah,
saying? Okay.
in order to get the permit to do the work, but they, you know, there's kind of these two phases. So phase one is what they're coming in and constructing the infrastructure for now. But I would maybe ask that we could ask Justin to comment a little bit more on the timing. He's probably going to speak to that a little bit more accurately.
Do we want to get Justin to weigh in at this moment? We do have another question, but if it's pertinent to... Justin, are you listening? Did you want to weigh in on that last question?
Yeah, no, and Justin Gerlitz Engineering Consultants, here on behalf of the applicant, Barry Stone, for the Greenfield RV Park project. I appreciate you accommodating me online tonight. I'm recovering from surgery, so this worked out really well. So hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So yeah, this project's been in the works for a while. It is a big project. It is phased. And I'll kind of just reiterate some of those numbers that I had provided on the slide that Brad showed you. The project's in two phases. Right now, we're trying to work through phase one. Yeah, that one right there. Thank you. We're working through phase one right now. You can see that the system development charges as a starting point on this project are substantial. You know, you've got almost $350,000 in phase one, and then another $135,000 for phase two, totaling $483,000. So that was the initial discussion point we had for requesting an urban renewal grant, was for SDCs. But in addition to that, this project has almost 870 feet of road frontage on Greenfield, which was you know, basically unimproved. It had two paved travel lanes, but no city improvements. And one of the improvements, in addition to curb, gutter, and sidewalk, as you see has been started, was an 8-inch sewer main in Greenfield Road. And what is unique about this site, as Jason mentioned, is the sewer main is already on the property for this site. It actually runs to and through the property. We did work with Public Works to replace it because it's aging, and it's something that they teamed up with us on to replace, so it would be in good shape in the long run. So essentially, the developer had to put in 870 feet of 8-inch sewer main in Greenfield, really not for their own purposes. It really was just for future development beyond this property. That bill totaled, you can see there, about $185,000. So very, very substantial public improvements and SDC payments on this project. You know, the question came up of, well, why now? Well, as Brad mentioned, SDCs are usually calculated and paid at the end of a project with the building permits. RV parks are very unique, where the building permits are the very last thing to go. The buildings actually haven't been started yet. So we've been working on the infrastructure for the park. And in addition to that, the applicant would like to start phase two the next year after completing this phase. They're hoping to complete phase one this year and then complete phase two afterwards. A lot of that was due to the lending requirements that were associated with this project. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, which I added onto here, so you know, in addition to standard property taxes, you know, this property was used as a private residence in an apple orchard, and you can imagine that the property taxes for a commercial property were really, really low for that use as compared to what we're proposing now. I don't have figures for what those property tax increases are, but as you can imagine, they're going to be substantially different. And then in addition to that, because it's an RV park, the RV park will pay lodging taxes. And so based on the applicant's pro forma for this project, and the percentage of short-term stays he had in there, they're calculated out on here to be about $146,000 a year, and that would just be into the future. So, you know, I really like urban renewal projects. You know, the whole point of urban renewal is to take the tax base that's there, make it better, and then in the long run, everyone wins. And so tonight, you know, we're requesting a $50,000 grant for this project. You can see there the investment is huge. This $50,000 grant is going to help us finish phase 1 and also hopefully continue on to phase 2 and push that through as well. And I think, you know, based on the circumstances and based on all the extra public improvements that were done, just due to the fact that it had a large piece of frontage that was within the UGB, that it's hopefully not a big ask, and really just something that we can all work together to improve the city and improve the tax base. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Justin. Do we have any more questions? Victoria, I think you were up next. Still have a question?
Well, you recommended, I think I had my question answered, but you recommended to go ahead with this, and I think the financial benefit to the city might be a big reason for that, and so that's my new question. Would that be the reason why you would say you recommend for us to do that?
Well, staff, you know, really isn't in the business of determining the financial piece. I mean, we're really using an objective measurement and looking just what's the criteria, what's the plan say, what are the goals in the plan, is it in the boundary? You know, that's number one. Is it even in the urban renewal? And then you know, looking at the benefits overall, does it meet the goals that have been adopted by the board? So. But yes, you're right. We did look at it in detail, and staff does recommend approval.
Very good, thanks. Anybody else have any questions for either Justin or Brad? No? Looks like, thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
At this point, I will entertain an audience with the public. If anybody wants to step up to the podium to advocate or object to the project? Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Joel?
Well, it does accomplish the objective of increasing the tax base, which is very vital for Grants Pass. I don't want to cut off discussion, but I am willing to make a motion. But if anybody has something they want to discuss, have at it. Otherwise, I'm just going to make a motion.
I don't see anybody jumping forward.
Okay, I move to approve the resolution awarding Greenfield RV Resort at Grants Pass LLC and Urban Renewal Agency grant for system development charges up to $50,000 for property located at 420 Northeast Greenfield Road.
We have a second from Rick, so we have a motion on the table to approve the grant as stated with a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Rick?
Yes.
Yes.
Kathleen, Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Justin. Okay, I will be looking for a motion to adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency and restart the public city council meeting.
I so motion.
Victoria and Rick with a second. Roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Kathleen? Yes. Rick?
Yes.
All right, Urban Renewal Agency meeting has been adjourned and we are reconvened as public city council meeting. At this point on the agenda, we are for matters for mayor and council and staff. Council, any matters to discuss at this moment in time? Indra?
Yes, I was a no vote for the attorney that was brought forth, Stephanie Nuttall, and so I would like to for the council to revisit that. I myself and Joel has expressed an interest to actually meet with her, and now that we have a new counselor coming on, I think that person hopefully should get the chance to meet her and decide as well. I'm not sure how to go about that.
Thank you. We'll pass that on to Aaron, and we can discuss that in...
So for reconsideration, a motion reconsideration.
Yeah, I was a yes vote to kill it.
Okay, so
I
you're
stated
in
that
yes
wrong,
vote.
sorry.
You can ask for a motion for reconsideration, and then, Mayor, you go on a motion to reconsider the decision for the hiring of the city attorney. If it passes, then after the vote, then the matter will come up at the next business meeting again.
And that can be done at this moment in time?
Yes.
Okay, so if you so desire to make a motion to revisit,
I make a motion to revisit the hiring of the city attorney candidate, I guess.
and you get a second from Rick? Any discussion? Nope. Vote. Rick?
Yes?
Kathleen?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
Indra?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Victoria?
No.
Okay, we got 3 noes and 4 yeses, so that motion does pass to revisit. I know I didn't explain the motion completely, but you get, it's late. Any other matters, Indra?
I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made, the people that are still here. It does take way too long to build here, and so that gentleman that spoke, I'm appalled at that. So I hope that that's something the council begins to look at, is why does it take so long to get permits and build here, and the expense and what can we do. I also wanted to discuss the caveman pool, and in the budget, I really do, we talk a lot about the homeless and that issue, but we should talk about the kids too, and if it's not too expensive, $1 million just to get it repaired, I would really love the budget committee to do that, because it's important. We've got to have positive, fun things for our kids to do. And cleanup day sounds good, that's all.
Yeah, Aaron wants to speak on those matters.
On the first matter, I've already requested through email correspondence that Brad and I sit down with Byron and have a conversation with him with regards to his information, his ideas, his concepts on what he hears, and provide him with data on what we see and what we process, and so we can educate each other on those strengths and weaknesses. So we'll be getting together with him if he so desires and having that conversation. On the other side of things with regards to the swimming pool, Counselor, I think maybe based on your interest of what you've expressed, it likely would be important for us to, maybe for you to request either probably a council workshop to have a discussion on the pool. The pool and the pool funding is council prerogative, not budget committee prerogative. So that is an item that will need council direction. So I'd recommend asking for a workshop on the pool, and we can start revisiting that project.
Very good. Victoria?
Notes down as well, and that was actually one that I wrote down, was people talking about how long it takes for building here. So I'm glad to hear that. That's really good that we'll be taking a look at that. I wanted to also mention Jeremy Ford from U-Turn for Christ, and I think it was Donna from Dove Ministries. I think all those people are gone. But their ideas for collaboration and for a real hope for help that isn't a temporary resting site, that is something that can really work for people, is just so very exciting, and not very many people are left. And maybe some people will see it on the replay, and I just wanted to thank Jeremy and Donna. And in speaking with Jeremy from U-Turn for Christ, he shared that he doesn't hear anybody saying they're not for this in the nonprofit community within Grants Pass, and he is amazed at how much collaboration is happening with this. So I think it's a ray of hope in a very hard time. So I wanted to just to commend them and mention that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, I'll chime in here a little bit. As at the end of public comment, there was a citizen that stepped up and wanted to converse. I do apologize if I cut the person off, but we do want to keep with some structure and keep with the quorum in there. Just to clarify my statements, she was trying to correct me on a statement about Mint. I actually made a statement that was publicized on Channel 12 this morning, so it's not my statement of the true facts. It's actually a regurgitation of what was on the public news, Channel 12 this morning. So if they have issues with that, then probably bring that up with the news organization and maybe their director, Cassie, who was actually stating it on the news. That was my only statement. Indra, did you have one other thing?
It was a misstatement. It was, they are not closing. They are buying the building and expanding.
No, they need to take that up with Channel 12 because that's not what she said
well,
on Channel 12 this morning.
Well, I just wanted to correct you so you're sure.
Yeah, Channel 12 this morning, it was on the news, and she was standing in front of the church saying that that's where they're moving to. So it's not me making stuff up. It was publicized this morning as well as last night on Channel 12. With that, staff, do you have any comments or concerns or questions or fingers you want to point? All right. With that, I'll need a motion to adjourn, and we'll be going into executive session. I will. Motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn and go into executive session.
Second? Second with Kathleen. Roll call vote. Victoria?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Rob? Yes. Indra?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Kathleen? Rick?
Yes.
Perfect. We are adjourning.